To start, if everyone could head to the main room, please. For any speakers on the first panel, the fire panel, please come to the front to get mic'd up. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah. Steve. Sorry, do you mind turning my mic off, please? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Shard. Welcome to the Resibuild event for today. This is our flagship 2022 event. And the journey from Resibuild started back on the 3rd of December 2018 in the Gherkin, just the other side of the Thames from here. And the reason it started was we pulled together a roundtable initially of people to discuss a very topical matter at the time, fire. We were quite fortunate this was only a few days after the exemption list and so on had been published by what was the MHCLG. But we realised then, from some of the comments we had around that table, that the industry was lacking somebody to actually facilitate these major discussions and move things forward in the industry. And that's where we see the role of Resibuild today. And that's what we're looking to bring forward and have continued to, even through COVID. We ran a series of online events and we'll continue to do so next year as well. Both in the UK, in mainland Europe, and also as far away as Auckland, we've run events and continue to run overseas events as well. During the Grenfell inquiry, many of us in the industry have been shocked with the amount of things which have come out, but ultimately there's one message really which we're bringing forward into the conversations time. It's time as an industry for us to rebuild trust with the public and with ourselves. And that's really the aim of the takeaways we want everyone to go away with today, is about building trust in the industry and the way in which we need to build that competency level ourselves. Particularly, I'd like to say thanks at the start of today. Sorry about this presentation.
challenges in the industry, sparking new ideas and so forth. So this is really like the rendezvous, it's the meeting point for thought leaders, those that are interested. So we say thank you to you for sharing our vision and coming along to contribute your part today. You're prospering the community by doing that. And what can come out of these things we've seen as well, and been privileged to be invited along to some of the contributors to British Standards. We've also recently been involved as a company and invited to a joint competence role in the Building Safety Bill. And I'm sure there's opportunities that will come out of some of the people that you'll meet and network with today. So hopefully we're creating opportunities as well for you. So the subject for today was navigating the fast-changing landscape. And why have we picked that subject? We've heard a lot about this in a lot of different contexts recently, so we thought it'd be good to try and bring some clarity to some of these subjects. So one particular area at the present time that's getting more scrutiny perhaps than ever before is the financial stability and liquidity of companies. So I don't know how many of you in the audience have, in the last month or two, made decisions about the clientele you choose to work with based on their financial standing. Or maybe it's your supply chain and their ability to deliver on the promises. So, how are persons in positions, for example, in procurement, being helped and educated to not just assess tenders, but also the quality of companies they're working with and the liquidity. There's an understanding of accounts and ratios to look for here. For example, the quick ratio is one that we pick out of, the ability of some companies to pay off their current assets without selling stock. Competency is another area that's changing, and people are looking for help. I quote a managing director of a leading developer that I met in the last few weeks. He said, we really want to choose the right companies to work with on our projects. And we put a lot of effort into balanced scorecards and ways of assessing tenders that take the focus off of price. But we still find that the results can be too easily skewed. And he wasn't satisfied with the processes they had. So how do you get below the surface to find companies that are not just meeting the essential requirements and the regulatory standards, but actually are looking at records and evidence of certainly critical points in safety conscious products being checked, photographed, recorded, that golden thread running right through? How do you assess the competency of the workforce building these products? There's some help that will hopefully come in today on some of these subjects. But with these headwinds comes opportunities as well, opportunities for innovation. And again, we hope that some of your conversations, you're coming from a variety of different backgrounds and locations around the world. And we've seen that too, working in New Zealand and Holland and Dublin and North America as well, that we've been able to bring value to those markets, but receive value as well. And hopefully we can share that with you, and there'll be many conversations kicked off today. People is another area that's changed. We see the war for talent is well and truly on, and we held a 30th birthday anniversary for Sapphire recently and invited a number of clients along, and we held a brainstorm, stuck some post-it notes up on the wall of what are the biggest challenges they were facing in their businesses, what did they think the biggest challenges the industry was facing, and one clear theme was people. So how do you, if you've got tips on culture, if you've got tips on attracting, retaining talent, share those today. Let's help each other forward as a result of this. Sustainability, another area. Never has there been more demand for sustainable products, green products, solving the problem that our planet has. But how do you navigate through and tell the difference between companies that are talking the talk and those that are actually walking the walk? There's you see claims, don't you? We've reduced transport emissions by 70%. That's all good. 70% is a big statistic, but as an overall content of sustainability in a product like balconies, it's actually a very small percentage of the overall carbon and sustainable impact that product's having. So how do you get down to the real bones of this? We've heard about tree planting. It's all good. I can buy 5 trees for 17 pence now. So it's not a big commitment. So look beyond the surface there. Find those real companies that are actually making the difference and share your ideas and help set the benchmarks and industry standards today. So I hope that's okay, and I'd like to thank you all for coming, sharing the vision, being part of today. I trust you enjoy the content and get some value out of this.
We'd like to start off with the first panel on fire safety, the dangers in the detail. We'd like to invite the speakers up to the front. If those speaking haven't yet been mic'd up, please come along to the front here. There is also a thermosphere and OBEX presentation about to start in the other room, so if you're booked in to see those, you can pass down the corridor, and on the right-hand side, there's 2 doors which lead into our presentation room. Thank you very much, and again, enjoy your day. safety. The danger is in the detail. This is a panel focused on the design and construction of buildings, multi-occupancy residential buildings, and we're looking at the new regulations and the change over the past 5 years. In the second panel, we'll be looking at remediation. So if you've got questions around that area, we'll put those to the second panel of the morning. But perhaps if we can just start off as a quick reminder, and there's a QR code at the top left-hand side here of the screen. SLI.do is the website. The event hashtag is 999, and you can ask your questions there, or you can put your hand up in person, and we'll try and answer your questions that way as well. Those of you live stream, you should be able to use the same code and the same question set there too. So firstly, big hello to everyone. And if we could start off, perhaps George, introducing yourself and your background, and we'll work down the panel to get a bit of an understanding for the audience. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, George Stevenson. I'm chair of BIM for Housing. I lead the Golden Thread Initiative Asset and Survey Information Working Group. But my business is Active Plan, so we specialise in asset information management solutions, and we work with residential landlords to define what information is needed to make sure the building is safe, and also from an operational point of view is effective. And finally, what is becoming increasingly important is capturing information on carbon. So those are three outcomes from getting much better information about what we install in buildings, how it's installed, and also whether that is going to be safe going forward. So the competence of things is critical from that perspective.
Thank you, George. And for those of you who want to know a bit more, there's a contribution in the book as well from George as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Arnold.
Right, I'm Arnold Tarding, I'm a chartered surveyor, self-employed, and I'm a pain in the neck, basically, for people who get things wrong. I work mainly in expert witness. I have jobs around the country from Harrogate to Wales down into Cornwall in regards to defective buildings where people purchasing them are totally dissatisfied with the shoddy workmanship and failure to comply with regulations. I'm constantly going in properties and saying that's wrong, and that's wrong. If you want detailed reports that cover the whole area, that's what I do. And builders don't like it, but tough.
Thank you. Paul.
Nice introduction. I'm Paul de Koning. I'm living in the Netherlands, but we have offices in London and in Belfast for Effectus. We are specialized testers for facades. And I'm representing the engineers, and we have business all over the world. If I look outside, this is exactly what we do. And if we have a better look, I try to have a better look where can I see the balconies, but you can see the balconies everywhere. Yeah. as the same is for facades, of course. So right on the spot, I think.
Thank you. Steve.
Morning, my name's Steve Cooper. I'm a chartered fire engineer. I'm head of director of fire engineering for Hollis. I've been fire engineer for about 36 years, or just over 36 years. Started off in the fire service as an officer in charge of fire stations, and then got an engineering degree. And since 1996, I've worked in fire engineering. The last 5 years, 90-something% of my work has been expert witness work relating to building defects. So I've looked at dozens and dozens of buildings, generally starting with the cladding, but then we go into inside and find other defects. So my workload is expert witness reports for claims. Unlike Arnold, I try to be slightly constructive on some of the issues and a bit more pragmatic on some of these things, because I think there is a space for common sense in the building regulations. Often gets overlooked, and maybe it's something you might touch on as we go through. Thank you.
Steve. Rob.
Hi, good morning everybody. My name is Rob Cullen. I'm an architect and project director from Scott Brownrigg Architects. And I've had over 20 years experience as an architect now, but I specialise in residential development and have had quite an interesting experience over the last 5 years, having had several residential projects in our fold on the site as the recent regulations changed. So we've been in the delivery stages of those projects. And therefore, we feel like we've got, as an industry, quite a lot to face into about how our competencies are assessed and how we work, and fundamentally how we, as an industry, pull together, continue doing what we're supposed to be doing all along in the first place, but make sure everything's evidenced as processes and relationships are improved, along with collaboration, in effect to address the regulation change that we're seeing at the moment.
Thank you, Rob. And I'm Nick Horton, work for Sapphire Balconies, leading this conversation on behalf of Resibuild. I've been very involved in the fire conversations. We wrote a white paper after the government requested us to do one on laminate glass and whether it was a safety risk or a safety benefit. That's available on our website if you want to have a look at it. But today we'll perhaps start off with a fairly basic question, but fairly broad. Fundamentally, is the problems in the way we design and construct buildings? So perhaps, Steve, if I can start that with yourself.
So was that, are there problems in the way we design and construct buildings? I think because I generally put in 40 to 50 hours a week for the last 5 years writing reports that suggest there are problems in buildings. And that's not me making it up, that's horrendous problems really. Problems that can be recovered against developers, contractors or whatever. So there are, I think we've probably forgotten or lost the art of designing buildings and constructing buildings properly within the UK. And I think there's a number of contributing factors, and I may say things which, these are my views, they're not Hollis's views, they're my views. Continually increasing Part L standards, Part L targets, energy conservation targets. If you keep increasing those targets, you can't really throw your hands up in despair when you find that people have been wrapping buildings in foam plastic, because that's the most effective way of insulating a building. So it annoys me a little bit when they say, oh, we didn't know people were doing that. Well, how do you think they were meeting your targets? We've had a race to the bottom where it's all been up to recently, still a little bit now to some extent, it's been about the cost, trying to make the buildings as cheap as possible, contractors going in low and trying to beat the price down, subcontractors being beaten down, components being swapped out, etc. So that's not helped at all. That only compromises on quality. And if anything comes out of the Grenfell inquiry and the Hackett report, then hopefully it'll be a focus on quality rather than cost. And the other thing, I think, the main contributing factor is a lack of an independent oversight with regard to building compliance. I'm old enough to remember the days when you went to the local authority building control, when they wanted to see you, they didn't come to you, you went to them, they didn't even give you coffee and biscuits. They would come out when they thought it was right to come out, and they were completely independent. If their review cost you an extra £50,000, that's not their problem. We lost that at some point. David Cameron might have something to do with that. And we got to the point where building control as a service became a commodity. And those three things together, in my view, in my experience, have resulted in the perfect storm we had in 2016, 17 and coming forward now.
Yes, interesting points there. And perhaps, Rob, if we could take your aspect onto the design side of things. We'll come back to the procure, because it's an interesting point you make there, Steve. But perhaps if we could start off another view.
I think with regard to design, it's the process which we follow is, it is linear, and input into design is pretty much aligned to the RIBA work stages to which we work on behalf of our clients. What we have seen, I think, recently is that the up, down, left, right full vision of the products which are specified into a design from the outset may have been sort of pushed to one side a little bit. Still happening, but the processes need to happen earlier in the projects. Now, what I'm trying to say here is that as a designer of residential buildings, you as an architect also take on the principal designer responsibility as well, and in that you have a duty to ensure that all of the building regulations are met as a sort of an underlying factor. That kicks right back to RIBA stages 1 and 2 early on, where an understanding of what the components your design is likely to use, how they interface, is very important. And therefore, I think that the key things go down to competencies and understanding. Now, that's not individuals, that's in terms of companies and how they would work. So I think that perhaps in times gone by, as you alluded to there, I think, Steve, that people's decision-making didn't happen at the right time in projects. Decisions need to be made early. Perhaps with the emergence of the Gateway 1 form in planning, that's a real positive. But I think in terms of, that could almost be taken a little step further in terms of cataloguing materials, cataloguing suppliers, knowing that what the items are that are going to be, the buildings with which are going to be constructed are compatible and tested, is something that designers of all buildings really need to have available as a start point, as a basis. So I think in terms of design, we're doing that, and we always have been as an industry, but I think making that information more transparent and shared, and I think as architects to know what the role is, that you're the lead designer, you're the lead consultant. So that means you need to have the framework of specialist consultants available, intelligent suppliers available, to know who to contact and when, to kind of provide a degree of a matrix of quality within that design to ensure that all of the components that you specify can work together and will deliver the vision that you set out with in the first place. So that was a bit of a rambling way around it, but I think that the key to design is that competency needs to underlie that, and then with the architecture profession, the ARB is in charge of the competency. The RIBA have done taken really positive steps in supporting that by the CPD program becoming online and loggable, and architects' practices themselves. We now, as a large international practice, have staff competency matrices where staff are assessed for skills and experience in terms of how many years they've worked on specific types of projects, so that within an organisation you know where to go, because these projects that we're talking about here are bigger than individuals. They're often teams of between sort of 5 and 10 at least from any organisation working together, so that a project evolves into a network of probably about 100 professionals plus a significant number more tradespeople involved as well. So with that many people working together to achieve the same goal, I think that the key to it is not necessarily changing what we do, but changing how we create a knowledge repository that's available to all team members, so that the process is visible, transparent, and therefore, if there are any issues that could come up, the likelihood of them being identified earlier on, for example, product compatibility, that's always a big one, is caught early.
So some really good points there, and if it's okay, we'll unpack the competency question a little bit later on, but if we can perhaps moving back to the procurement of buildings, have we got it right? What's your thoughts on that one, Paul?
The procurement. We are not directly involved with that, but what I see and what we all agree, I think, we are more and more building by the rules. So rules are enveloping, filling lacks and whatsoever. And what we forget is that it is fire safety is engineering. It's engineering business, and if we act as engineers and not filling forms and solving problems by paper, I think the basis to do it the right way, right from the beginning. And what we face at the moment is that our best people are busy with problems from the past. And what we, in my perspective, is also the problem. We fill papers, we see this is the problem, but nothing is solved. If you pay me, there's nothing changed in the building itself. So we sort of caught up in a mess we self-fulfilled. But to give it a positive side, what I would suggest is that especially young people really get to know on this item what's fire. We'll invite them in our laboratories and set a facade on fire, and not a SBI, a room corner test, full-scale test, that they feel what it is, and you never forget that anymore. The same is especially as you know, if you have seen a fire, if you feel a fire, if you were upstairs and you had to come down, you never forget.
No.
But I think most people learn it from the books, and we're good in it, and we're getting better, but that's not solving the problem. That's my point.
Thank you very much. There's been a question about regulations. We've had a multitude of big changes in the regulations and standards, particularly Part B, the new regulation there, or the amended one actually, but have they got it right? George, what's your thoughts on that?
I think one of the biggest challenges that we've got is the culture of risk transfer rather than risk management. And part of that process, as far as the regulations and standards are concerned, and guidance, I was told that there's 800 references to standards in the building regs. And that's completely overwhelming for most people to be able to interpret that. And what we've been trying to do in BIM for Housing is distill that down into something that subject matter experts can put in a context so that humans can really address it. And one of the things that I'm trying to really resurrect is something that, you know, perhaps some of the older people might know of this, which is the Housing Association Property Mutual, which was something that was established back in the late 80s, early 90s. And it was designed as a mutual insurance fund supported by really effective product selection, where products were actually tested and examined and specified, and also a strong clerk of works process. So therefore, they identified what was causing failure on buildings, and therefore was affecting the ability to, because the insurance companies weren't interested in insuring, because the high risk was too great. And I think with the new gateways and what's now happening, the selection of products earlier in the process is going to significantly impact on things. And one of the challenges with that is down to procurement, because contractor design portion means that in many cases the products that are likely to impact on safety are selected after construction starts, in particular M&E. And therefore what we're trying to do is to identify ways in which those products can be identified and selected earlier in the process, so that the issues that come from penetration seals, for example, not being in the right place, can be addressed. So I guess in summary, we've all got a lot to do, but what we're trying to do in BIM for Housing is look at the information element of things and make sure that the information is in a way, is in a form that we can then use to reduce risk.
That's a really interesting point, Des, and obviously the work you're doing in breaking things down into comparable options as well, we've been part of and glad to. But we've had a couple of questions relating to the points you've made there. Perhaps if I just take one of the questions and put it to you, Rob. How are you looking into the full provision of space to allow for safe fitting of ductwork and dampers in line with manufacturers' instructions for install?
Well, that's very much more of an M&E related question. However, the way that we're addressing that is actually embracing the BIM coordination world earlier on in the process. So effectively what we're encouraging our clients to do is to employ, say on a residential project, all of the consultants to deliver Revit models, so that as a lead consultant, architects can act with a federated model that has those components identified, which therefore means that if, for example, a structural engineer provides a model for concrete, the M&E interfaces with the concrete and the builder's work are coordinated by the interfaces of the models. And that information can then inform the fire stop solutions or the locations and requirements for dampers within the ductwork. I'm sorry if it's a bit detailed here, but you can actually construct the building virtually prior to tenders getting let, or and this isn't an ideal world, of course, but the M&E contractors taking the design responsibility on at the point of tender. I think the point that was raised earlier does very much relate to the out-of-sequence contracting seems to cause the issues pretty much with every product that's specified. It kind of aligns to that point.
Definitely.
So in a strange kind of way, a traditional level of information, so a traditional contract where everything's resolved, gives the best possible chance of catching any of these potential interface issues early. So full input from the design team, say RIBA stage 4, completed before contracts are let. Very often, of course, build programs don't necessarily allow that, and concrete frames get let before you've finished the design of the external envelope sometimes, let alone the internal fit-outs. But I think that's the best answer we can give, just to identify early so that the team can then review with the project fire engineer virtually to see where the items go, to have the information in the one place, to speak to the relevant specialist consultants and to provide the advice to give that design the best possible chance of providing a deliverable construction project.
Thank you for that. Steve, perhaps give this one to you. How ready are RPs for Herbs for the implementation of the fire safety regulations, or will they be flooded with information on the 23rd of January?
So how ready are the
RPs, responsible people for high-risk residential buildings?
Hollis have, we've got some clients where we're doing the information gathering for the building safety case. So I think social housing providers certainly, and if anyone else has got any sense, if they've got a high-risk residential building, they should be gathering all that information, as much information as they can now, because I don't think there's a transition period. When that regulation comes in, it will be active and the fire brigade will prioritise those high-risk buildings. But there is a lot of information to gather. The building safety case thing, I have my views on that. I think it's a sledgehammer to crack quite a sizable nut, but I'm not sure it's going to work out particularly well. In the initial stages, there's going to be some teething pains, I'm sure. But the level of information it's likely to require is significant. And for an existing building, the majority of that information won't exist. So structural calculations, structural drawings. You might find an O&M manual with some fire alarm schematics in maybe, but that's not going to be sufficient. So there is a massive data gathering exercise, even for the simplest high-risk residential building. And someone did say at the outset that we'll probably see a plethora of lower-rise residential buildings being built, so people can avoid all this. But market will drive high-risk buildings or high-risk residential buildings anyway at some point. But there is so much information that's going to be necessary. We don't know exactly what it is because the regulations aren't laid yet, but the HSE have issued guidance, and if you haven't looked at it, I would suggest you could look at it. And it seems very much their guidance is based on their experience of COMA sites, so control of major accident hazard sites. And my unease is that we're beginning to look at high-risk residential buildings with the same view as we look at petrochem installations, nuclear power stations, etc. And I have some experience of oil refineries when I was a firefighter down in Essex, along the river. There's 3-4 refineries there, all licensed, and I did work on those. And absolutely, if one of those goes wrong, there are significant consequences. Higher risk residential buildings, despite the title higher risk residential buildings, aren't in the same ballpark as petrochem installations, nuclear power stations, hazardous materials reprocessing sites. And I'm just concerned that because of the background of Dame Judith Hackett and the HSE being the principal building regulator, we're going to have a bit of a, I'll say honeymoon period, but my honeymoon was quite good. But we're going to have a period when we start where it's going to be very rocky and it's going to be very problematic and expensive. And hopefully the pendulum will swing to some point where we get a risk proportionate approach rather than this all high risk residential buildings, or all residential buildings are a nightmare and the work of the devil, and we need to be very careful.
So going back to the original point on the regulations and so on, there is likely to be quite a significant amount of confusion from what we here from many different parts. The Part B regulations from a balcony point of view, many may have seen the June amendments, which included a section on that, which was good to see that in there now. Unfortunately, it does miss out any further guidance on laminate glass, and there's certainly a couple of points in relation to the very, very specifically worded conditions. I know, Arnold, you've seen this as well.
Yeah.
But no doubt that's not the last revision of Part B, and hopefully there'll be lots of clarity coming. It'd just be good to get more engagement, I think, from the HSE and from others involved in this key process. If we perhaps move the conversation on and back to a point you touched on, Rob, about competency. How do we set the bar? Too low, it's meaningless. Too high, it's going to be massively disruptive. Where should the bar be set? Arnold, do you want to start us off with that one?
Oh, well, we're in a place called Shangri-La at the moment. It's a mythical, utopian place where everything is perfection. And if you expect us to get competency, which is perfection, you won't get it. There's a big problem with competency. People look at a string of letters after a person's name and say, that person is competent. All that proves is that you've passed exams. It doesn't mean that you are competent. It doesn't mean that you see beyond what's inside in front of you. Take, for example, the Churchill Theatre in Bromley. That was opened in 1977. Ken Wilson was the architect. And they were cladding the front of that building with slate. I was about 15 years old at the time, and I was driving past with my father. He was a quantity surveyor and building surveyor, so he knew a lot. And I said, Dad, they're doing it wrong, they're doing it wrong. He said, what do you mean? I said, they're all going to fall off. He said, why? I said, they aren't fixing it back mechanically. You need to screw them on. And he says, no, they've got an architect, they know what they're doing. Well, within 3 or 4 months, they had hoardings out there, they had fans out there, all these slates were dropping off. Now, we had a very competent architect who'd completely forgotten that slate comes in layers, multiple layers, and they will fall off if you're not fixing them on properly. So you've got a 15-year-old who spots the problem, you've got an architect of many years who has got a string of qualifications after his name, you've got the builders who are well qualified and everything, and not one of them has had the competency to see the problem that they're creating. So you can actually have somebody with no qualification whatsoever who is working on a job. I knew a QS who could not pass his exams. He was a darn good QS. He knew the SMM backwards. He could do his job, he just couldn't pass exams. But there are people in the office, there was one young lady who would pick up a scale rule and use whatever side it was that turned up. So her measurements were completely wrong. You know, she passed the exams, he couldn't. He was competent, she was incompetent. So actually at the end of the day, competency can only be measured on the ability of the person to apply what they know to the situation. My daughter has just moved into a new block of flats. It's lovely. They're sprinklered. It's only 5 stories high, and they've got sprinklers in them. The corridor to the properties, lovely fire doors. Smoke doors, 3mm gaps around the top, larger gap at the bottom. So I immediately had a look. Where's the automatic seal, the threshold seal at the bottom? Oh, they were there. Yeah, they were there. They fitted perfectly between the stops. So perfectly that the button on the end of the threshold strips just touched the door frame. Therefore, they didn't work. The person installing them didn't know that it had to be pressed in, that you had to move it 4 or 5 millimetres to one side so the actual thing would work. That building has been passed off. Everyone's been in there, they've looked at the building, they've passed it. NHBC, they did the building control on it. Perfect, they've got a threshold. Nobody thought to themselves, does it work? And that is where the competency comes in. It is looking further. And unfortunately, We are training people in school to go on the internet, to do their research, cut and paste and just rewrite it in your own words, and then put the source of where you got it from. We're not training people to think and ask the questions behind what they've read as to how it would work, how it fits together, how you're actually going to make something happen. The other thing I found at schools is that if you raise questions, if you see the problems, if you are ironing out the problems before they arise, they say you're negative. If you ask questions in class, what happens? Everyone goes, "Ugh." Because one person is saying, I don't understand it, or one person is saying, but that's going to do this. And until we actually get people who can think for themselves, who can look at the documentation, who can query it, who can look at what's in front of them and say, that doesn't work, we won't get the problems that they've got in my daughter's flat, where inside the flat, under every single door, there is a threshold between the living room and the hall, 15 millimetres high. No ramp on either side, just a thing. And you watch my grandson running in, boom, flat on his face. Nobody saw it. Where was the competence? Because in building regulations, the threshold with a ramp of 5 millimetres or more, which you then have to ramp up, only applies to front doors. So they ignored it internally.
So where do we set that benchmark then, Arnold?
We set the benchmark by actually looking and finding out whether the person can actually do the job properly. It's not a string of names. It has to figures at the end of the name. And you can't measure it until you actually see them doing the work. And you can spot the people who know what they're doing, who understand it. Those are the competent ones.
Steve, what's your thoughts on that?
Excuse me. Yeah, you can't rely on post-nominals, but I think people who, in my experience, my humble experience, people who disparage post-nominals are those people who don't have them. And it doesn't mean you've passed an exam, because there are different post-nominals. So CEng, for example, Chartered Engineer, Incorporated Engineer, there's a slightly different process. Competency's fine, and we could speak all day about competency and how that's measured, and I don't know what the answer is. But without ethics, competency by itself is not going to help us. So you've got to have people who are competent, but they've got to work with ethics as well, so that they know what is the right thing to do. And there's a lot of talk about competency, and there's very little talk about ethics. The professional engineering institutions all have codes of ethics. I wrote the code of ethics for the Institution of Fire Engineers, or I borrowed someone else's and changed some words, but it's the code of ethics and professional practice for the Institution of Fire Engineers. Competency is a very difficult thing. I sat on one of the Construction Industry Council working parties on that. It will come down to, it will be set quite low, because there will be a legal challenge if it's set at a height which prevents a lot of people earning a living. Mm-hmm. So it might... the government suggests that if you want advice on fire issues with cladding, you should appoint a chartered engineer who's a member of the Institution of Fire Engineers, and they recommend that, and that the RICS recommend that also. But there are other people who don't have those designations who are equally competent, but how do you judge? If you're appointing someone, your starting point has to be, what are their qualifications? There are no qualifications for ethics. I would always suggest, and I do suggest, if someone's looking for a fire risk assessor or some other particular skill, look for a third-party independent accredited scheme, because again, that's some sort of due diligence. You still get idiots in all these schemes, and you still get idiots who are chartered engineers, and you can't avoid that. So it's the caveat emptor, really. If you're going to hire someone, you have a legal responsibility to make sure they're competent to do the job. How you do that, I don't know. It's very difficult, and it's not really getting any clearer. So to some extent, you pay the money and you take your choice, take your chance. And I can't really help, really, because it is a very difficult issue. And just having letters after your name doesn't mean you're competent, doesn't mean you're ethical, but it's a starting point.
So it's an interesting point you touched on there about ethics, and I think this is kind of going back to the point about procurement as well. It's quite essential during that procurement process that people are looking at the selection of the architect and what competency those architects have and the way they're actually doing it. And it's interesting to hear what you touched on earlier, Rob, on that matter. And the same goes really for any company. We've got a way of demonstrating everyone's competency via a digital platform, who's trained them, when they were trained, and so on. Everyone assembling a balcony, but that shouldn't be only when people ask for it. That should be an ethical choice that you're actually choosing to make sure safety critical components need to be safe ultimately. But perhaps let's move the conversation on a little bit. What we're seeing with the ethical conversations and the findings from Grenfell is certainly how some of the proof of performance realistically was misused and in completely unethical ways. Well, what is the role and how important are warranties and proof of performance? Paul, logical place to start.
It all starts, of course, by understanding what's happening. And the big thing is that not in all the information is available on the right moment. So you need a standard, and you need a standard for testing and for testing for showing it off. You can't test everything, every situation would be impossible, and unaffordable. We don't have the time, we don't have the capacity.
Or the test standard perhaps. Or the test standard perhaps even.
Yeah. We have test houses all over Europe, so you're welcome, but that's not the point. And we do it all over again. What I see here in the UK compared to the mainland, especially in the Netherlands, because I'm known with the situation, is this, to give it a positive way, is moving in the right direction. If you ask a test house to test, they make you an offer and they test what you ask them. Therefore, we need the standards, and what I think, especially for balconies, is the missing link is what's stated in the 8579, the guideline. What is a balcony? It's just an example. You can do this for dampers, whatever you want, construction material. What the definition, and then make your plan, then go into testing, showing off, and with this information share it with everybody in the most early stage of the building process. And I'm sure if that is available, we are. I think we are all in the building with. There's nobody says, I don't use this. This is information you really want to have, and if there is something missing, you know where to go. You should know where to go, with your and to give you an answer on your question. And that is not always us. That can be the architect. That can be a fire safety department, whatever. So that is the way to move on. I think the strange thing is that we do it all over again, all over Europe, but more or less, it's everywhere the same. So if there is any question, go to somebody, and you should find a way to solve it in the most early stage. I'm a little skeptic to give it about doing it all by computers. And to add also on the discussion, in this process there should always be somebody to say no, this doesn't work, and do it over again, and not on the end what we are doing now, and then the way back with the regulations. This is done. Now start with the beginning.
That's a really good point, Paul. Just going back to the question about performance testing, Rob, what's your thoughts on that early selection? You must deal with a lot of these sort of certificates.
It's very difficult to have a full picture, is the truth in that scenario, because of the compatibilities between products and their applications, and the fact that the test certificates are often underpinned for specific installations of a product. That's where the biggest challenge lies, to have foresight of that, and those tests and warranties is critical, because that's the difference between a design that's implementable and can therefore be benchmarked and then constructed, or it's a design that simply won't be certifiable, and therefore there'll be a problem with your IWS form and you won't have a safe building. So I think that to offer upfront design processes for, say, for example, a component such as a balcony. In a residential building, you can install a balcony in a masonry condition or in a rain screen condition, but the cavity barriers that would typically be installed are different products in those two systems. The balcony penetrates the system with its stub, and so you need to have fire protection around that stub to give that its integrity, and that fire protection needs to be able to interface with the certified and tested cavity barriers which abut it, both vertical and horizontal sometimes. So that is the sort of foresight, and that doesn't just go for things like a balcony, it goes for all the components in the facade that the architects and design teams need to have to enable that you can get a product that will offer a smooth construction run to facilitate benchmarking construction as you go along. So to your point, the tests and the certification is good to have that transparent and available as a sort of a central repository of knowledge is key, because then that means we can go and design with confidence. And as an architect, your role is not to be sort of the master designer of everything in terms of its fine detail. Sapphire balconies, for example, the design input and design responsibility lies with the specialist subcontractor who have the engineers to work out the loadings, who have the tests done on the interfaces that are then supplied for us to simply assess, ask our project fire engineers for the appropriate, what's needed. It's not about us doing everything as architects, but it's about being like if it's a footballing analogy, you're the holding midfielder on the team. You have to pass that ball in all the right directions, link up with the right people in the industry to then be able to score the goal, which is to get the project into procurement, which means that our house builder or contractor clients can construct.
Yes.
That's probably the best way to explain it.
It's an interesting point, and just before I come on to you, Steve, there, it's quite important to know whether you're a striker or a goalkeeper or where your limitations are. And that's a key essential for it. And I'm just going to touch on one question from the audience really quickly before I come on to you, if that's okay, Steve. Somebody was asking about who will regulate the people and the install teams to deem whether they're competent. The HC have clearly put that back to the industry. I know the ICM, the Institute of Construction Management, are leading the Joint Competency Initiative, and there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes on that, but in essence it's for every company to also take that forward themselves and prove their own competencies, whether or not they're demanded. It should be a fundamental of every company in the industry, and certainly ask your suppliers about it. Nobody should be cagey and hidden about what they're doing around training their people and making sure their products are installed competently. Sorry, Steve.
There's a couple of points, actually. You made a good point that the fire test certificate, and my advice would be that don't just take the fire test certificate, ask for the fire test report, as you mentioned, because actually that has a lot of information in it. Typically, fire doors, we've seen fire doors being thrown out and put on skits because they haven't got a label on them. And that's from a fire door surveyor who says that, apparently. And there might be no fire stopping between the door frame and the structural wheel behind the architrave. If you read the fire test report, it will tell you whether it is tested with any fire stopping. So not every door needs fire stopping in that gap, depending on what the size of the gap is. So the fire test reports have a lot of information.
Yeah.
I think we've gone past the point where whether you're a specifier, architect, engineer, building owner, operator, or whatever, you can just rely on some documents people give you and say, well, I've got a BBA certificate that says it's good, so that's all I need to do. Martley versus Mullally, I think, put a hole through BBA certificates as being reliable. We know they're not. And this is coming into the Building Safety Act, people have to take responsibility. So whether you're the principal designer or the client, you have to be responsible. And you've got, we can't rely on a test report and say, well, I've got the test report that says it's okay, so that's fine, that's tick that box. I've got a BBA certificate, that's tick that box. you need to look at that information and make decisions, take responsibility for it. So the days of relying on a bit of paper, I can show that to building control because they're going to look at it and say it complies with BS, whatever, fine, happy with that. That's not going to keep you out of prison. You're going to end up in prison under the Building Safety Act at some point, someone is, or with a big fine, or both. So it means that building end users, building managers, building developers, contractors, designers have to not only be competent, but have to take responsibility and have to be educated clients, have to know the questions to ask. And the days of relying on sheets of paper, put them in a folder, and that's your get-out-of-jail-free card, it no longer get-out-of-jail-free card. And it comes back to the question about, well, who certifies or who certifies so-and-so as being competent? It doesn't matter what scheme they belong to. You, as the person who employs them, have to make sure they're, to the best of your ability, that they're competent. Because, and I think if any of you, working from home was great because I could listen to the Grenfell inquiry evidence being given, and it was cringeworthy. Everyone relied on someone else and no one took responsibility because a BBA certificate said this, and some of those earlier BBA certificates were horrendous, but there'd be a little footnote that says it can be used provided you build a building like this, and no one builds a building like that. But people didn't look at that. Architect specifiers just said, well, I've got a BBA certificate that says I can use it on buildings over 18 metres. Yeah, so don't believe everything people tell you. Don't believe what they put in writing. Question it, because you're going to have to take responsibility for it.
So we've got time for perhaps two quick, brief questions before we round up. The first one here is laminate glass gone for good in balconies? Great question, been a pain point for many architects and balcony manufacturers for quite a while. Actually, there's some light at the end of the tunnel. Can't really say too much about it myself. I don't know whether you want to mention anything about that, Paul.
I'm definitely not the expert, but yeah, we have good. There's several things you are facing here. The regulation, what's the definition of the balcony itself? What's needed? On the other hand, you see that a balcony also, was also mentioned, is part of the facade itself. How is it fixed? Can we can we use cavity barriers to protect the whole scaffold, the whole facade? On the other hand, we see also in practice that it is part of the fire safety, the risk. Let's use the balcony to save materials far more inside, and that makes it interesting. In my opinion, as test house, you can use anything you want, but we have perfect examples when protective glass is exposed to fire and it's not fitted in the right way, it falls down, and very soon. That can be a possible danger. So you better overdo your design than that you focus on this material, and that's what's happening. We're talking to the manufacturers, you should do as well, and say, yeah, this gets perfectly fixed, but they don't have the total image.
Thanks, Paul. And I guess probably the brief answer on laminate glass, there is definitely light at the end of the tunnel from a government point of view. We've been involved in conversations. We can't really go over the detail of them, unfortunately, but if you want to talk to us about using glass on balconies again, feel free. Last question, George, perhaps if you could briefly answer this one. What's the role of digital in delivering safe buildings?
What is wrong with digital?
The role of digital.
The role of digital, yeah. To basically make it easier for people to interpret and understand what's being designed and installed. One of the challenges is that we've got too much information that isn't machine readable, and therefore people have got to read it. And the more we've got to rely on people reading it, people are just completely overwhelmed with the amount of information that they're being asked to interpret. Whereas what we should be doing is having digital information in a form that then filters that, so that the people that are making decisions have got the time to do it, and they can look at the things that they need to do. The other aspect I would just say in the context of the discussions is when we were going through the Golden Thread Initiative workshops and we were asking what information we need to know about assets, the general response was it depends. And it's the context in which something is being used that actually will address or will determine what we need to know about it. And therefore, part of the challenge that I see is that it's fine for people to be competent in fire doors or in smoke dampers or whatever, but they need to look at it in the context of the rest of the where it's being installed and how that's being done. And Paul White has been helping us on that to provide that type of context. So it's broader than an individual discipline. It's actually looking at things in the overall context.
Thank you very much, George. And perhaps if we could just also point out there's a roundtable after the break here, hosted by BIM for Housing in the room behind. If you'd like to discuss that matter of digital information on buildings, speak to George about potentially attending that. I'm not sure how many people have already agreed, so I'll maybe speak about it, but speak to George certainly if you'd like to be involved in that discussion.
Yeah, we're hoping to have a bit of a quick session to see what people are doing for the 23rd of January, and then to be able to apply that to learn from each other. We've been running these workshops over the last month or so with the National Fire Chiefs Council and also Matt Hodges-Long from Track My Risks to be able to identify that. So if you'd like to join us, that would be really good. 11 o'clock, is it?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's on the agenda for the day, or there's a banner
Apologies, yeah.
out there with the agenda on it. But thank you very much. George, if you don't mind just giving us a 20-second summary of kind of your key takeaway for the audience today.
Yeah, I think the context in which we've got here a group of people who have got various different aspects, manufacturers, designers. I've spoken to a couple of contractors. And I think that type of community aspect of things is where we need to get to. So.
Thank you very much. Arnold, 20-second summary.
Oh, 20-second summary. I think the thing is that we've got a very, very complex industry with lots of interfaces between different bits and pieces, loads of different regulations, and really it's incredibly difficult to get it all to fit together. But you've got to work together, and where problems arise, people have got to actually raise their hand and ask the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Paul.
Although maybe not everybody agrees, I think we are moving in the right direction. We see beautiful things outside built, and especially also overhaul of older buildings. If we get to manage is that to find each other and share the information, this is only the beginning, I think.
Thank you. Steve.
I think we need to be careful what we wish for. I remember speaking at an event about 3 years ago, and the head of the fire safety group for REBA was there, and she said that she wanted the government to mandate that every building must have at least 2 staircases. Bit odd come from an architect, because there's no law preventing her building 2 staircases in the client's buildings. But she wanted the government to dictate how many staircases buildings should have, going back to the 70s maybe, I don't know. So I think we just need to be careful. We are perhaps moving in the right direction, but as the Chinese say, we need to be careful what we wish for, because we go down that route, it's going to be difficult to come back.
It's a really good point there, Steve. Thanks. Rob.
I think the key to improving performance generally in the industry revolves around collaboration, communication, and sharing of knowledge. And I think that with BIM technology, with the emergence of more inquisitive behavioural patterns within the industry where things are not a given, that is going to unlock a smoother working ways of new ways to work, which technology can underpin and support. But whilst technology is fantastic, benchmarking is also critical, particularly in, say, the residential world, where you'd actually like to see each condition tested for each project and reviewed by multiple parties from all trades and professions involved to sort of get sight of what's going on as well. So collaboration, communication, and knowledge sharing is key, in my opinion. Thank you.
So my summary, I think, is that the fundamentally direction of regulations is challenging, but certainly from a balcony point of view seems to be moving in the right direction, other than laminate glass question mark, which needs sorting. Competency certainly is a fundamental requirement and should be part of a buying process as well, really, in there. But certainly laminate glass, as we touched already, there is light at the end of the tunnel. If you want to speak to us in the context of balconies, feel free. Thank you very much to all the panellists. Thank you for all the audience and for the many questions which we haven't been able to answer either. We will be putting them to the panellists afterwards, and we look to circulate those shortly after the event. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for everyone virtually too.
Thank you.
Our break. We'll be gathering again here for the building remediation panel after the break. For those speaking on that panel, please come and get your mics at the front. Thank you very much, everyone. joining live stream as well. This one here is about building remediation for a safer skyline. It's focused on fire remediation of existing housing stock, particularly the higher rise or high risk residential buildings. We're also looking at some of the impacts on the post-Grenfell and the gaps which come from that as well. And particularly looking at renovation and refurb in the light of new regulation and change. Again, feel free to ask questions. You can scan this QR code up here or log on to www.sli.do. The event code is 999. And those of you joining us now virtually, welcome to you too. Perhaps if we could just start off, Luke, if you start off, we'll work across the stage, introducing a bit of background as to who you are and your company, please.
Thank you, Nick. Welcome everybody to this event. I'm a director of MyDeck. We're a manufacturer of non-combustible decking systems, both aluminium and non-aluminium. We supply throughout mainly the UK. We also do supply into Europe and now supplying into America and Canada. So in the UK, we've done around 50,000 balconies worth of material. So although we don't install or refurb buildings ourselves, we have a lot of experience and a lot of lessons learned. And we've also launched some innovations to help those refurbishing decking on high-rise balconies in buildings. So really joining this panel as a material supplier, just to add a little bit of context in the supply chain, but I don't know if that helps.
Matt.
So Matt Hodges-Long, founder and CEO of Track My Risks. Hopefully, as the name suggests, we're involved in risk management and tracking of risks. We're a software provider that really is focused on codifying documentation and files in relation to risk management, compliance, governance. My background started off in construction and construction management, house building. Saw the error of my ways, and in sort of round about 2000 got into the exciting world of the internet, but carried on ever since with starting and running companies that involve sort of the interface of property and technology. Which led me ultimately to setting up the current business, Track My Risks, which was all around how you manage risk and compliance at scale. And then the Grenfell Tower fire happened, and we were working away and sort of starting to listen, working with financial services and healthcare, mainly in education at the time, not really property, and started to look at the Grenfell inquiry findings, and seeing that a lot of the information about the problems in the run-up to the fire, through the fire, and then on the fire ground was due to a lack of availability of information. And it made me think, hang on a minute, this is what we do for a day job, and why haven't property managers got this kind of solution in place? Why did this happen? So that led me down a path of actually really focusing our efforts on the built environment to try and cajole the government into some action early or quicker. We set up a thing called the Building Safety Register, which was a sort of a non-profit sort of proof of concept to say you can actually bring transparency to this market at scale quickly. You don't have to disappear off into a government IT project. And here we are 3.5 years later, still banging my head against the same brick wall, trying to get some progress, but pleased to say we are starting to see some information sharing and transparency coming in the fire safety regs. We will get more of it in the Building Safety Act. We are starting to see some progress 5 and a bit years on from Grenfell, which is great. I just would have liked to have seen that 2 or 3 years ago at least, so we can start moving forward and building a body of data.
Thank you.
Sandy.
Hi, everyone. My name's Sandy Thompson. I'm part of the Prevention Policy and Reform Unit within the National Fire Chiefs Council. Our role is, I guess, the professional voice as such for fire rescue services across the whole country. Within England itself, we have 43 different fire and rescue services, all work slightly independently. So our job is to try and get that cohesive communication to government, especially in recent times when the amount of new legislation we have coming our way following Grenfell inquiries. So we sit in a lot of the consultation boards with Home Office and DLUC to try and persuade them down certain paths. Not always successfully, but that's what we do. And my particular role is around guidance and learning for cohesion through all the fire and rescue services, so we're all saying the same thing, understanding the same messages coming out.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, Mark Humphries from Mary Miller. I'm the Director in charge of delivering our building safety offering. We're very fortunate to be working with most of the G15 and Tier 1 house builders as well, helping them deliver their building safety and fire remedial works. Hopefully what I can talk about today is the issues around procurement and how we move into contract with building safety remedial works, and the disconnect between PAS and the scope of works that a PAS assessment gives you and actually what we end up on site with, and the different stakeholders that need to be brought on that journey to ensure that we have an accurate, pragmatic scope of works that focuses on life safety and delivering that to the client.
It's a really interesting background from all of you, and appreciate that. I'm Nick Horton, running the this panel on behalf of Resibuild. And perhaps if we just start off with some of the fundamentals which we're facing in the world of renovation of buildings. Should a building be brought up to meet the old standards which may have been missed, or should they be brought to meet new standards? Perhaps if you start us off with that, Mark.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, and it's something we are, I wouldn't say battling with at the moment, but the problem is that we've been given quite a clear document in PAS as to how we are to risk assess buildings going forward, and it focuses on life safety. It doesn't necessarily focus on compliance, and it doesn't necessarily focus on the safety of the asset or whether that asset would, achieve total loss in a fire. So, we're adopting a PAS approach that gives us a scope of works, and it can, in some instances, give us some really pragmatic, cost-effective solutions like retrospective cavity barrier installs, for example. We then take that to building control, and unfortunately they don't agree with that approach because there are other compliance issues that were found whilst we were undertaking our intrusive inspections. So I don't think I can make a statement to say whether we should be making buildings compliant to building regulations or we should be adopting a life safety approach. I think what we should have is a hybrid approach across both. We need to look at these buildings on a case-by-case basis and understand actually if there are compliance issues within the facade, what risk does that pose to the residents and what risk does that pose to the asset? Because some of the compliance issues that we've witnessed have, I wouldn't say they're trivial because that's underplaying, you should comply to building regulations. But ultimately what we're trying to achieve here are safer buildings. And I think our clients have to understand from the start the route of travel they're going to go in terms of how they remediate their buildings. If it's a compliance issue, it's a case for expert witnesses to get involved and argue that. And ultimately, what we've seen when that approach has been adopted is a very lengthy process and costly process from a legal perspective that can mean buildings aren't remediated and are technically still deemed high risk for many years. The approach that we like to adopt and we encourage our clients to adopt is a pragmatic life safety approach, and where there are compliance issues within the facade, have those conversations with the contractor, bring the building control on board and have an approach where we get that building on site as quickly as possible, and we work with everybody to get that building on site as quickly as possible and as safe as possible within the time frames. Because my worry is if we go down a pure compliance route, it could take years before the expert witnesses have understood who is liable for what. And I know we've got the Martlet Mullally Homes case, and I know there's a lot of talk about that, and that sets a precedent going forward. My worry is that case really was brought under what was the consolidated advice note in terms of what we were looking for in buildings at that point, and that consolidated advice note was clear. It was very onerous in terms of combustible materials in buildings over 18 metres have to be removed. It didn't really give you grounds for pragmatic, practical solutions. That's moved on now, and I wonder if a case of that nature was brought under PAS, whether there would be the same outcome. And I don't know because it hasn't happened, but I think it's something we have to consider before we use cases like that as a this has happened, and that means I can go after every contractor now, and they're going to pay me lots of money. Because ultimately, from what we've seen from working with the Tier 1 house builders, that certainly isn't the case. They are open to discussions, and they will obviously meet their obligations under the pledge, which is still yet to be signed. But my concern is there's a disconnect between their obligations under the pledge and actually what building control and insurers are stipulating has to happen as part of the overall scope of works.
Thank you very much for that. Sandy, what's your thoughts on that?
So I guess from my perspective, obviously life safety within the building is our primarily focus within the role that we undertake at NFCC. To build a building up to present standards under this regime won't always fulfil the requirements of the actual building itself because of not having a full holistic understanding. And I think you're absolutely right in respect to, I think, a PAS 9980 assessment through a fire risk appraisal of external walls, and that should take into account the whole holistic understanding of the building, and all right down to who the residents are, because what hasn't been really bottomed out, obviously, through the most recent regulations is how we evacuate vulnerable people from the buildings. And that's still been thrashed out with government. So that really has to be brought into the front line of any thinking of when you do your risk assessments in these buildings, of putting these people first. Yeah. And so, as I said, we need to be bringing up to the standards of the actual building, and not necessarily because a regulation says or doesn't, and have life safety as the pinnacle.
That's a really good point, because we quite often as an industry get compared to the car industry and the kind of the whole MOTs and so on of cars, and not being a minimum standard for new products. But likewise with an old car, you can take it in for an MOT, but you're not going to be advised to meet all of the new regulations which come in say a 15-year period since it's new. But there is a certain risk-based approach to the way certain things should be applied, isn't there? So interesting to get your perspective on this, Matt, as well.
Yeah, I think there's so much to talk about on this, but I think if we tend to look at safety on a number of axes. So one obviously is the physical safety, the life safety. Is this building a material danger to the people living in it? But then you've also got other axes of psychological safety. So, and that sort of falls into, even if the experts can say it's not particularly dangerous, do I believe as a resident that this building's going to kill me? Am I going to wake up in the morning or whatever? Can I get out? Back to the stay put point, that may be technically correct. Psychologically, do I believe it? Those sorts of questions. And then you've got the financial safety as well. So you can make a building physically safe, but if you've effectively only brought it up to a minimum requirement, that means it's uninsurable still, or lenders won't lend against it. I haven't got my financial safety because this is my asset that I bought. So it's not the technical answer, but these are the things that people will be thinking about. And I think when, just a big gap here really, when we talk about the PAS view of the world and the developer pledges and the contracts, etc., that doesn't take into account what the Building Safety Act is going to, the responsibility that's going to put upon the principal accountable person, and the ability to recover building safety improvements through the building safety charge from residents. So there still will be a residual liability there. Some of that is correct because it's through life maintenance of systems, and yes, you should recover that through the lease. But if ultimately the PAS 9980 assessment, which won't have picked up the fact that it's full of internal compartmentation defects, and then that gets picked up later on and then gets recharged to residents through the safety charge, really I think the original builder of the building should come back and fix their problems, unless it can be proved that those problems were caused due to maintenance over the last 10 years or lack of maintenance or changes, which in that case comes back into the manager of the building not supervising the works properly. So I think all of the contingent sort of forensics about how do we make an unsafe building safe and then who pays for it is a lot more complicated than the developer pledge and all the other things we're talking about. It's a holistic problem that I don't have the answer for, but all I do know is there's thousands and thousands of buildings that are facing those issues, whether they're private blocks, whether they're housing association blocks or whatever. And we really haven't had a proper mature conversation yet about building safety in the round. We've just focused on cladding, really, because of the mechanism of fire spread at Grenfell. And we haven't talked about other types of property as well, which could be far more dangerous, thinking here about 3-storey extra care facilities with timber frames, as an example. And if Grenfell had been a 3-storey timber frame extra care facility, we'd be sitting here on a stage now talking about timber frame and extra care and vulnerable residents, rather than ACM cladding on high-rises. So we need a broader conversation. But
Definitely. What's your thoughts on this, Luke?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that's come in. I particularly picked up on the point about having a hybrid model. One thing we found as a material supplier, that when building owners were required to change timber decking over to aluminium, there was an initial cost comparison. Obviously, non-combustible decking is higher priced, but then when they realised it's got a 60-year design life, and instead of having to replace it every 10 years, it's good for 60 years. Once you take into account those 5 labour costs of reinstalling timber over the lifespan of the building, it actually is not only a safety improvement, but is actually a cost saving. And what we found is now we're working with the remediation side of the main contractors, but now what we're finding is they're introducing their planned maintenance works to us and saying this is actually a cost saving as well as a safety increase. So we're seeing new build putting non-combustible decking on down to ground floor level, not for compliance, but for cost saving as well. So I think the hybrid model is, I think, to look at the problem holistically, as you mentioned, as an all-round, can actually get more than one benefit. There's many benefits to looking at it from a bit of a higher level.
Interestingly, there was a scheme in Manchester, Northern Quarter, which had a significant balcony fire because of timber decking back in New Year's Eve 2018. That same building, after being refurbed with the same product again, had a second balcony fire during lockdown. And it kind of shows that kind of point that, you know, replacing it for the same thing twice is pretty pointless, and not only pointless but dangerous as well. But these are part of the considerations on that, but we can't really talk about bringing them up to new standards without talking about the cost and who should pick up the shortfall. So, Sandy, what's your take on this one?
Well, I think Ken, the government have made that quite clear about ensuring leaseholders don't get burdened by the additional costs, especially with the external walls and other areas which require remediation in dangerous buildings that they live in. So I agree with that, yeah, because that's the stance we've kind of taken within NFCC as well. But I understand the huge burden that brings on the original developers and the building owners themselves, you know, and the complications that brings. The Building Safety Fund has been obviously introduced from July this year, which has certain criteria which buildings can be assessed and put forward for. I believe there's some frustration with DLUC that we aren't seeing buildings move quickly enough to remediation, and maybe some of the other panel might understand, you know, the reasons because of that. But there's definitely frustration with DLUC that they want to see some cases, you know, bottomed out, you know, from starting the fund, applying for the fund, and then moving forward to full remediation, and that always hasn't happened as well as it should yet. So,
Matt?
yeah, it's a slight difference of opinion with Sandy there on the who pays bit. I can understand the binary sort of, oh, developers should pay, freeholders should pay, whatever, leaseholders shouldn't pay a penny. I think technically that's incorrect, because back to your decking
not
point,
particularly freeholders.
well, yeah, but there's a whole discussion about freeholders, isn't there, and what the value that they've got. But if we took something like balcony decking and said, okay, it's timber decking, it needs to be replaced. Fine, okay, it seems sensible that the government taxpayer would pay for that. If that timber decking's got a 10-year design life and it's 15 years old, surely that's a maintenance issue. Now, maybe you should be looking at the differential between the cost of replacing with timber again and the cost of upgrading to aluminium, and saying, okay, 40% of it needs to be funded, but 60% is with the leaseholder as a part of their repairing obligations anyway. So I think there's a question which is, what is the bill of work to make this building safe? And then there should be a discussion around taking age and general replacement, because the leaseholders should have been contributing to a sinking fund for that, for those foreseeable replacements, which is a whole other area of complexity and stupidity that is deliberately driven down in new build to keep service charge, the advertised service charge, low.
Yeah.
So you deliberately don't look at the depreciation or the design life of all of the components and then say these things are going to be need to replace in 10 years, 20 years, or whatever, translate that back to today into a service charge. So there's an element here, I think, of taxpayer-funded building improvement, which is not giving the best value to taxpayers, but is a sort of a pragmatic solution to the problem. The downside is, even though it's a pragmatic solution to the problem, we've got complete inertia of buildings going through the safety fund application anyway, either because they don't meet the criteria, they've got incorrect information, or they're just stuck in whatever government bureaucracy, or you've got freeholders that aren't willing to sign the funding contract because of various liability issues. However you dress it up, the reality is, I checked this morning at the latest data release, there are 4,000 high-rise buildings in the application process for the building safety funds, so non-ACM and ACM. About 1,000 of those will be struck out for being not applicable or withdrawn. So you're looking at about 3,000 high-rises, which roughly is 25% of all of the high-rise residential buildings in the country in the application process. I can't get proper numbers of how many have come out the other end with funding, but it's a staggeringly small percentage. And this has been open for the last couple of years, this fund. So the reality is there's a lack of progress. There's lots of finger pointing. There's the Railpen DLUC case at the moment where they're going after Vista Tower in Stevenage, which is the first one where DLUC are starting to sort of flex their muscles and look at court action over lack of remediation. So this will continue, but the reality is, if these buildings are materially unsafe, we've had years and years of people living in unsafe buildings. If they're not unsafe materially, why are we getting so excited? And why still, as at May, did we have 1,100 buildings in London alone with waking watches in place? I don't know that we can't find the latest number, but 1,100 buildings just in London with people in yellow jackets and squirty cans of gas to raise alarms if they smell smoke. Something is fundamentally wrong, and I think we need to bring that money forward, get this fixed, and then sort out in slow time an apportionment of payments, not put the payment discussion in front of the safety discussion.
Absolutely. It's quite, I didn't know those statistics myself on that, but it's quite a huge scale problem we're talking about here, isn't it? London itself is one part of that. But what's your thoughts on this, Mark?
It's one of the biggest issues that I am concerned about as we move through the procurement process into contract, because it's not being talked about. As you know, the other guys on the panel have stated, DLUC are putting extreme pressure on Tier 1 house builders and whoever has signed the pledge to get these jobs onto site. Often having to adopt procurement processes that were put in place by management companies who originally went for the funding. And my concern is when we sort of look through those procurement processes, they weren't as robust as we would like to have seen for works of that nature. And that's not the fault of the management companies. They aren't used to having to tender works of this nature. They're used to sort of, maintenance packages and what have you. And because it isn't being talked about, it's sort of being swept under the carpet. Now, as part of my role and, as a contract administrator, building surveyor from that background, going into contract without understanding the financial implications of what you're doing and who's liable for that just doesn't sit well with me. And we are trying to slow this process down, not because we're trying to work on behalf of contractors to stop them doing it, but because we're trying to ensure that the contractors either know they're liable for the cost of the building regulations, to meet building regulations, or the client does, or the government understand that they can't just pull funding on buildings when they have a contractor in the firing line. They have to say, okay, you've got so-and-so who have admitted liability, they will come and do those works, And any improvement works that are needed, or any works that are dictated by building control and needed to meet current regulations, our funding will cover that shortfall. And it is key to bring building control on board with your scope of works right from the beginning. And it's a lesson that we've learned the hard way through adopting a PAS approach. And then, the contractor, we usually go through a two-stage BCSA process. The contractor then furthers the design. We get building control on board and say, well, actually, sorry, we don't agree with that approach. You need to do this, this, and this. And it's a really difficult conversation to have at that part of the process. We'd much rather it happens at the beginning. But yeah, it's something that hasn't been resolved yet. And the easiest fix would be for the funding that's come out, and for the 11 to 18 metre funding that's coming out, to say, you've got a contractor on the hook, that's fine. You need to have a clear indication as to what they're responsible for under PAS and what building control and the insurers are asking you to do, and our funding will cover the shortfall. Or we need to change PAS slightly to talk about compliance and risk to the asset. And then hopefully that will draw out a scope of works that will be compliant to current building regulations, and the contractors will be responsible for delivering that. At the moment, it's neither or, and I'm concerned that no one is really identifying that risk or that cost. And we're going to be having arguments at final account when the contractor says, well, I'm not liable for that. And the client has been promised that their leaseholders won't pay for anything, but then who will pay? There's a really awkward conversation. And the government need to make it clear now. And it's conversations, we're fortunate to be talking to DLUC at the moment about this, so we know it's on their radar. And what I'm hoping to see is that the funding that will be announced will be altered in a way that it will look to cover that shortfall. But we won't know what that shortfall is if we're rushed into contract. We have to be able to do that pre-contract due diligence to make sure all of the stakeholders within that remedial works contract understand their liabilities and their contributions towards remedial works. It's all agreed. All risks that we can't design out during that PCSA process are agreed and have provisional sums associated with them, so we all know where we're going financially, and hopefully the final account isn't a surprise. Which is my concern with the way that we're being rushed into contracts at the moment.
Some interesting points then. You touched on PAS, and there's a question here actually, what is the role of PAS in defining the scope, the insurance issues, etc.? Where does PAS actually come into this?
So PAS at the moment for us is the first process. So to be able to apply for the 11 to 18 metre funding going forward, or to be able to apply for the new the Building Safety Fund, you will have to have had a PAS assessment done on your building. So this is the first stage in the process. And the reason for that is the government's trying to step away from the advice under the can to offer more pragmatic, practical solutions to buildings, which hopefully are designed to save, to reduce costs. We've looked at a number of buildings, brick-built buildings that have got combustible insulation sandwiched between two layers of non-combustible, brickwork, two pieces of masonry or brickwork and CP board. And under can, all that insulation had to come out, so the whole elevation gets dropped and rebuilt. Why? So I agree with the approach that PAS is taking, and it's right at the front end. The problem is PAS is a life safety document. It doesn't, as we've said, it doesn't look at the asset, and it doesn't look at compliance to building regulations. So in my mind, if we are going to define a scope from PAS, it has to be a more holistic assessment in terms of compliance and risk to the asset. So then we can bring building control on board, we can bring insurers on board, because they understand that we've actually assessed the risk from all aspects. I mean, we work closely with insurers. They aren't technical people. They will openly admit that. So if they haven't got a document that tells them we've looked at their asset, they will assume the worst. They will say, you haven't told us the risk to our asset is low, so we will assume it's high. They don't understand that we've assessed the risk to life, and actually that has a knock-on effect to their asset as well. If the risk to life is low, by effect, we've reduced the risk to their asset as well. But because no one actually told them that verbatim, they will assume the risk is high. And it's the same with building control. We have to be able to say, a chartered fire engineer has looked at this, and although it doesn't necessarily comply with building regulations, we believe we can offer a fire engineered solution that will make that building safe. And that's the approach that we need to take, and everybody needs to be on board with that approach, because otherwise we will go into contract and we'll have some pretty nasty surprises post-contract. And DLUC will have some fantastic statistics to give everyone to say we've got this number of buildings on site for now, And then in 10 months' time, they'll have some pretty horrible statistics to say, you know, this is in delay, this is in dispute, this contract sum has doubled because we haven't been able to do that pre-contract due diligence properly.
Sandy.
I think it brings up the discussion regarding competency again. So whoever does the fire risk appraisal of the external wall under PAS has that competency, and that competency isn't just about understanding the wall design and and how that might react in fire. It's having a full holistic appraisal of the building. Yeah, it's about understanding the fire safety considerations, the regulatory framework underpinning the fire safety design of that building, and that will encompass what we've been discussing here. That will start giving a full appraisal of the actual risk to the building, which a fire risk appraisal is part of the full fire risk assessment anyway of the building. So that comes back to competency once more.
Absolutely. And Matt, this is probably a question for you. What about the impact of residents of remediation? Is it being overlooked in this whole process? And I think this is probably talking about the impacts of the actual works themselves more than what we've been talking about so far.
Yeah, I think if you look at resident impact on residents, I think it's been overlooked at every stage. I think it's overlooked in the Hackett review at the start, overlooked in the regulatory response. Although there's good talk about resident engagement, it's sort of, you know, on the one hand, we're going to engage with you and talk with you and bring you to the table, but on the other hand, we're going to bring in a building safety charge, which effectively I've described before as a blank cheque on behalf of leaseholders, and allied with a risk-based regime. And, you know, we all know that views on risk vary. There is no right answer. So therefore, in theory, if you take it to its logical conclusion, there's no end to what you could spend on reducing the risk level. And typically, the lower the risk, the more expensive the solution becomes. So residents, although the residence panel's being set up, but I think in terms of practicality of living through a remediation project, I remember very clearly about 2.5 years ago, I interviewed a lady called Deepa Mistry, who was a shared ownership resident in the Old Kent Road, and they were one of the very first buildings to get remediation because they were ACM. And I remember her describing to me and breaking down in tears about how awful that process was, living on the 8th floor, having construction people wandering up and down outside the window looking through, young children being drawn to the works and almost trying to throw themselves off out the window, the noise, the dust, etc. And the reality is, you know, these are really invasive projects. And so the question has got to be, is that work absolutely necessary? Back to that other point, is there a way through PAS, for example, to say we don't actually need to rip the walls off this building, we can do it? You know, I couldn't imagine living in a masonry building and having all the external elevations dropped while I was living in it to then be rebuilt. That's just ridiculous. What the people you may save from a fire, you probably kill far more through mental health and other aspects because of having to live through that process and bankrupting them potentially as well. So I think we do need to put residents at the centre of that. There's a really good thing that I tweeted out this morning that somebody had shared with me, which is about the sort of top 10 things for contractors to remember if they're remediating a building with people living in it, which is a really good graphic. But I think the best project will be the one that doesn't need to take place, I think, from a resident's perspective. You know, tell me my building's safe or it's reasonably safe and leave me alone. I want to live in my flat. I don't want builders outside my window. And there is a real knock-on from what the guys were saying around stalled projects. Of these sort of, one of the government measures is commencement on site. So scaffolding up, start taking cladding off. A lot of projects then get stuck at that point for whether it's procurement delays or material delays or whatever it is, or arguing over money. So you're then living in a naked building wrapped in sheeting for who knows how long. And you know, you've only got to look out the window here and start seeing some that have had scaffolding and sheeting around them for years. And you could argue that the safety level while that work is going on and while it's scaffolding, you know, you've actually taken a big, what you've gained from taking ACM off, you've probably more than counteracted by the danger of having combustible materials on a scaffold, security risks around a scaffold, etc., and how well that's being managed when everybody's just cleared off an abandoned site for 6 months. So I think these things do need to be planned properly, and I'd like to see that they don't start unless you know you can finish them. And then you've got to look at what do we do in the interim period if we're delayed starting. But if it's just to tick a box to get the Building Safety Fund money, that's not the perfect condition for starting a major project. And it will have massive implications on the people living in the building. And I think our housing association friends that are here, for example, will know how much you get it in the neck from residents at every moment, rightly and wrongly, if you're managing a remediation project.
This is really interesting points, and particularly during lockdowns and so on, when people's only outdoor space was a balcony. If your building's being remediated, that's a huge problem, isn't it? But Luke, we've had a question from the audience saying, well, how should access be done for remediation? You've probably got some practical examples of stuff you've worked on. Can you tell us a little bit about some of those?
Yeah, no, we have worked on a whole plethora of different types of access systems. One system we did develop just before lockdown was what we called our rapid access system, which was a glorified window cleaning cradle, which we developed a track system to go up the side of the balconies, so you could actually access balcony stacks from the outside without going through the apartments and without having to scaffold the building, which was not only a massive cost and time saving, but the contractors were only working the balcony for a few hours and then they were gone, and there was no disruption to the other apartments around. They didn't have to have access to the balcony below to do the one above. In terms of actual scaffolding, typically if a building's being recladded and redecked at the same time, it will need to have some sort of scaffolding, or I noticed a familiar face in the audience here from BFT mast climbing, I believe. I think anyone who's interested in mast climbing systems rather as an option to scaffolding would be well to speak to the gentleman at the front. Can be a lot less intrusive. The other thing we've done since COVID is we've developed a netting system. This was worked out very well on the two Pan Peninsula towers in Canary Wharf, 40 and 50 story tower, that just needed the balcony decking to be replaced, and we saved the building having to be scaffolded by developing a net system which the contractors could use. So they would harness themselves to the balcony above, they would lower a full arrest net with a fine debris mesh net stitched inside on ratchet straps, and the ratchet straps on the arms came over and fixed onto the glass suckers, the three sucker handles used for lifting sheet glass. What it enabled was for them to move from one balcony to the next through the apartments, but only having to have access to one balcony at a time. And there was 864 balconies to remediate over two buildings, a 40 and a 50 story tower. And we managed, from instruction of supplying the material, we supplied the material in the middle of last year, and the refurbishment, including the supply of material and installation, was either just the end of last year or the very beginning of this year. So it was a very, very quick turnaround project. And for the majority of leaseholders or owners in that block, it would have been a very, very painless experience. So we're obviously a manufacturer of decking, so we're not a specialist access company. The two access system we developed was on behalf of Alps and with Sapphire's expertise in high-rise. But mast climbing, I would say, is definitely a good thing to look at in terms of not wrapping residents in sheeting for years at a time.
God forbid. Some interesting points coming out there, and Matt, we'll try and retweet the documents through the Resibuild channel for anyone who's interested as well.
Yeah, fine.
Moving the conversation on slightly, there's a question about advice notes issued over the various years post-Grenfell. How relevant are they, or the guidance within them, even though they have been withdrawn?
So I think the advice from the government at the moment is if you've got a job that's progressed under CAN and you are into contract, continue on that route. But everything going forward, you should adopt a PAS approach. It's a really confusing landscape around building safety. There is so much contradictory information out there. I generally feel sorry for our clients, but also for leaseholders, because how many times I've entered a leaseholder meeting where we've assessed the building, and unfortunately we've got to give them the bad news, but a plan as to how we're going to go up and remediate that building and give them the comfort that, as you've stated, they are at the centre of our priority in terms of how we're going to do this. And I'll touch on that in a minute. But they've obviously gone and Googled, external wall issues, and there are some horror stories out there. So my advice would be, the information that's gone before if you have progressed on that route already, is still relevant to you. From now on, we adopt a PAS approach going forward. I still think that needs to be refined, but we should be looking for pragmatic, practical solutions, not wholesale replacements of facades. And going on to your point, Luke, about access requirements, and what we need to do is make sure we're engaging with contractors who are used to working on occupied buildings. Now, where this becomes an issue is where we're working with tier 1 house builders who, to save costs, will undertake the work themselves through their subcontractor supply chain. They haven't got the knowledge or skill to work on occupied buildings because they're used to having a site which they own, they fully occupy, there are no restrictions on what they do, they can move and go where they please. We need to make sure we've got the right people on board who understand the intricacies of working on occupied buildings, working with leaseholders, understand that you don't have full reign of the site. You do have to sometimes stop works because, a leaseholder has said they've got something going on, or, you can't take up that. You know what I mean? So we have to work with people who understand working in that environment. And hopefully by doing that, they'll be a lot more amenable to the wants and needs of leaseholders. Now, I'm not saying leaseholders should run the programme because that in itself causes issues, but we do need to put them at the forefront of the plan and the RAMs and how the method statements as to how we're going to undertake that work, and we should be looking to mitigate the upheaval to them. And if we're going to fully wrap a scaffold because that means we can strip everything out and as quickly as possible. Well, actually, how does it affect the programme if we strip it in phases and weather it in phases so we don't have to fully wrap the scaffold? Because the implications of doing that and the loss of enjoyment, to your flat is just horrendous. If you've ever been in a fully wrapped scaffold, you'll know I wouldn't want to live there. Especially in the summer, the thermal gain you get through a scaffold like that is just is horrendous. So, yeah, it's about getting the right people on board from the start.
So some interesting points there. I'm going to move the conversation on if that's okay. We've had a couple of questions come in about BS 8414. And the full-size testing done there. The question really is about will we see the introduction of FM 4880 twin wall fire tests, and how relevant are they in building remediation? Don't know if any of you want to tackle that.
No one for me.
So 8414 tests have their place, obviously, and it's usually to try and prove an existing wall system that isn't compliant to building regulations is actually safe. So I think testing has its place, but it's got to be used in the right place because ultimately it's expensive and it's a lengthy process. I think if you've got buildings, but again, this is about bringing building control along that journey, isn't it? They have to come with you on that pragmatic, practical solution journey. If they're going to say, actually, this building has to comply to current building regs, there's no point in testing current systems because it's pointless. So, yeah, I think testing has its place, but you need to bring all the stakeholders on board on that journey from the start.
So there's another sort of related question to this, which is quite interesting as well, which is there've been, in the post-Grenfell inquiry, there's been a number of missold products which have come out continually. Has this now stopped, or are there certain things that we should be aware of when procuring for my building?
Sorry, say that again. I didn't understand the question.
I think the point of the question is basically there's been missold products relating to the fire test and so on within the Grenfell inquiry. I think what they're asking here is presumably for a contractor or developer building either a new building or refurbing.
Yeah.
Is there certain things that they should look out for, or has that practice of mis-selling actually stopped?
Well, I think the problem was people were putting hybrid systems together, weren't they? So different products that appeared to have the right test criteria together. I think the industry is going the right way now that you have accredited systems. You don't try and, you must know, the balcony systems that you have, Luke, that's one system that's tested. You don't mix-match systems together and install it. So, door sets, for example, with the right intermittent sealant around the frame, you will find now people like Premdoor will specify the sealant and the foam or whatever you need to use, and you will buy that system. So I think just be aware of trying to design systems where you're mix-matching products. Go to a manufacturer and say, I'd like to install your facade system. What are all the components within your system that have been tested? And buy the system rather than components within the system.
Luke?
This is a really good question, whoever asked it, because it came up in our roundtable earlier today. All our products are obviously tested through Warrington Fire, and we do a very comprehensive testing system. We obviously deal a lot with the major developers as well as all the balcony manufacturers, or the majority of balcony manufacturers in the UK, as well as we supply all the decking for sapphire balconies. So our product is very thoroughly tested, fully certified. There was a board launched to the market a while back, an aluminium board which was claimed to be A1, and we knew it couldn't possibly be because it wasn't possible once you powder coat an aluminium board to achieve A1 status. However, it did get quite quick traction for a few months until I think the Aluminium Council contacted them, and it was then pulled and reclassified to A2. But in this situation, it came up in our roundtable that if mistakes have been made in previously, typically around the ACM cladding, we can't afford to make the same mistake again. And I don't know, it's a question for whoever asked the question. In this situation, if we're seeing history repeating itself and products being missold, who is responsible? Should there be an issue on that building? Is it the manufacturer or the importer or the company specifying the product? I can't remember who the famous politician said that history repeats itself by definition. But I think it's a good question, whoever asked it, and I think it's a question we all need to ask ourselves. I don't know if I could say any more on that, Nick, but...
It's a really interesting point, and we obviously have limited exposure as Sapphire to the renovation marketplace. However, there are a number of Class A laminated glass solutions, which when you look at the test certificates, they get the non-combustible components below the 1%, which was set out in the 1996 document from the European Commission. And that's all well and good if you're using particularly big panels, particularly thick panels. However, if you then apply those to a normal size balcony, the reality is you may not actually have a Class A. And there's certainly I'm not suggesting that those companies have got a particular piece through with the intention of not ever using that size, but it could be misused, and it's back to that same question of kind of ethics from companies actually flagging up the limitations as well as the benefits of certain products, but also back to the other side of it, of the competency of everyone involved in that process from start to finish to make sure the right products being used and checking out the claims on those kind of products. I don't know if anyone else has got any comments on this, or
just a quick one on the role of insurers, for example, that if they're providing product liability insurance, it's not beyond the wit of man when a brochure is put together that makes 5 claims to actually, as the sort of the checkbook of last resort, if you like, potentially, is to actually go and seek to verify those claims with your client, and sort of say, well, actually, where did you get 0.3 from? Have a quick look at it and say no, because ultimately they do have a get out. If you're fraudulently misrepresenting the product, then they could.
Yeah.
But then you're into court battles and all those sorts of things. I think it's much easier to provide over and above the sort of the test houses and the regulators, and we've got the product regulator coming. But also from a supply chain perspective, is if the insurer says, well, look, we're standing behind this product, do your due diligence. Otherwise, I would imagine that the balcony decking people there, when they had to withdraw that product, that led to a large bill. Somebody would have paid that bill, whether the company took the hit or whether it was an insurance claim or whatever it was. But I think everybody shoulders some responsibility to call it out, as do competitors, to say, we've seen a competitor product that we can't see the route to compliance here, or we can't see how they could justify that claim. We need to be able to report that, not in a vexatious way, but in a factual way, rather than just think, oh, that's company X being company X. They're always like that. They're a bit wide, which I think, without naming names around Grenfell, but we all know who we're talking about. It became an arms race, the sort of the Lance Armstrong, we're all doping, but I'm going to dope better than the rest of you kind of defence, which is the cycle that we've got to break.
Yeah.
And that's incumbent upon all of us to call out that kind of behaviour. And if we do call it out, make sure there are people that will listen and take some action, not just ignore it. And I've got personal experience of that with our friends at DLUC around fraud in EWS1, that absolutely refused to countenance the whistleblowing reports, and then we end up with a court case and somebody getting a suspended sentence as a result a few weeks ago. So the Lords and Masters do have to listen when us little people raise a problem, there needs to be a means of receiving that information and taking it seriously would be my plea to the regulators out there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know whether those products have actually been recalled. I'm not sure I've seen any recall stuff on general balcony related products and that. But it's a good point, isn't it? Because if you go into a supermarket and I suppose a classic, again comparing the car industry, but if there's a clutch wrong on a particular car brand, there's no hiding behind that. They're recalling those products and they have to. And it should be an ethical choice, even if you're not being pushed into it as well. If something has been missold, it needs to be rectified. And ultimately, kind of one of the takeaways from this panel should probably be if you have bought a Class A1 aluminium, was it an aluminium decking you were saying?
Yeah, no, so it's sort of, this is a bit of an isolated incident. It seems to be swept under the carpet somewhat. And I've got no idea how many products this has been
You just outed them now.
Specced in, yeah. So it's more as a bit of a holistic view that if this sort of thing does happen, history will repeat itself, and we need to have some means of calling it out. This isolated incident has been swept under the carpet, and there may be hundreds of buildings out there with this product specified, and then the specification goes into the golden thread, and it's not correct. How do you call that sort of thing out, and how far-reaching can you understand the issue with the cladding at pre-Grenfell? It's taken a long time to find out how far-reaching some of these issues have gone, and it's on us all to, like you say, be ethical and to.
So part of this is back to information management as well, understanding the scale of it, isn't it? This is partly the kind of the ethical approach, and as you say, Matt, calling people out and flagging these ones. But certainly, if you've ever bought or specified a Class A1 decking which was aluminium, it's probably questionable whether it is. You probably ought to drill into that. But certainly, from a point of view of information handling, what's the role of that, Matt? I know you're heavily involved in this kind of information.
Yeah, but not at the sort of the BIM component level, more at the system level, sort of the very simple things. That's interesting. You've got a high-rise building. Where's the fire risk assessment? Yeah. If the fire risk assessment, for example, is talking about test records, but the fire risk assessor has never seen any of those test records, is it suitable and sufficient to say that the building's okay if you've never seen any evidence that any of this... Now, obviously, the fire safety regs, which we haven't really talked about, but coming in on the 23rd of Jan, 74 days from now, will start to, for the first time, specifically state that those records have to be kept. Reports of faults and repairs have to be given to the local fire and rescue service in a timely manner. Won't go through the whole thing now, but there's a lot of transparency duties, I would say, sharing duties both to residents and to the fire service within the fire safety regs, which I think is for the first time we're starting to sort of peer inside what's going on within the building and how is it being managed. It may be retrospective in the sense of there's been an incident, let's go back and look at the records after the event, but the need for the records is now laid down in law specifically within the fire safety regs. So I think that will make but still big bugbear of mine. Despite what we learned from Grenfell, there is still no requirement in law to make the fire risk assessment transparent. It's still, you can hide it, you can bury it, it's very, very difficult. There is no right for somebody living in a building to say, I want to read the fire risk assessment for the building I live in. Unless Sandy's going to say there is, but I haven't found it yet.
Well, they are changing. So, I mean, one of the changes under is it 156 of the new Building Safety Act, which changes the fire safety order as such, is before fire risk assessments only needed to record significant findings. That's changing now. They've dropped to significant findings, and you need to have a recorded fire risk assessment. So that will be a document which must be available at all times. So
available on request now, isn't it? It's not a mandatory sharing duty.
Yeah, you're right. And not under the regs, it won't be a mandatory sharing with residents, but there will be I think within the new Building Safety Act, when it does land properly, and some of the changes when 156, which don't need to land all at the same time and can come in at piecemeal, then there is that information sharing requirement.
So we've had a question, I think this goes back to the point we were talking about with remediation and resident impact and so on. There's a question about what rights or inputs do residents have in choosing materials during a remediation? Mark?
I'm sorry to say not a lot, because, and the main reason for that is because we will have a design, there's so many gateways we have to go through to get that design approved, that if we started to bring residents on that journey as well, we would just prolong the process even further. I mean, in terms of the appearance of those materials, obviously we work with residents to make sure they're happy with what we're doing to the building in terms of its appearance, and ultimately we'll never look to really change the appearance drastically, because we don't want to go through the planning obligations of having to do that. So, and there are so many products, in their non-combustible format that are like for like in terms of rail colour and appearance, that we don't really have to do that anyway. But yeah, in the way that we run the remedial works, obviously we have monthly resident meetings in where we inform them of programme changes and update them on progress. But in terms of a technical input in the project, unfortunately we can't do that, because you can imagine on a building with 300-400 residents, if we let everyone have a technical input, it would become a Chinese parliament and a nightmare to project manage. So yeah, obviously we update as much as we can, and in terms of the appearance of the building, if there are going to be any drastic changes, we'll go to residents and say this is what we're thinking. And if there's going to be drastic changes, it will mainly be down to cost-saving methods which we're trying to put into place in terms of material changes. And I would say the only places we've only really seen that uptake on that is where, unfortunately, leaseholders own the freehold. So they are unfortunately liable for the cost of these works where they can't get funding. And we work closely with them to come up with practical solutions to maybe change materials on the facade to reduce the cost to them. But in most cases where contractors are stepping up, or housing associations are stepping up, unfortunately they don't have a lot of say in terms of the material choices themselves.
Luke, you got anything to add to this? Or?
No, it's a good question. Back at Mark, they do have very little choice. One thing we have with aluminium decking is that residents often don't like it, because it doesn't sound, it's a bit more tippy-tappy to walk on, if you like, than wood. It can get hotter in the sun, on indirect sunlight. And obviously being a powder-coated material, it can scratch. So some have argued that they're actually not getting like for like of what they had before. We have launched now a non-aluminium product. There's a sample panel over at the back, which residents have had massive engagement in, and they've been wanting it. But because aluminium's been in the specification and it's now been a go-to for a few years, we have had a lot of unhappy residents on the phone wanting the product, but they haven't been able to have it. But I guess that's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the emphasis is on getting that building safe as quickly as possible. Yeah. And unfortunately, if we put other blockers in the way of that, the delays would just be, enormous. So yeah, it's unfortunate, and we'll involve residents as much as we can. But I'm sure, in our shoes, they would probably adopt the same policy of, we move forward, we deal with the stakeholders we need to get those projects on site in a compliant manner, and we will work with residents as much as we can in terms of the programme and keeping them updated on when their building will be safe. And ultimately, usually what they're interested in is when will I get my successful EWS1 outcome, when can I remortgage and sell my flat? So yeah.
Yeah, back up on that. And back in 2018, when we did one of our first remediations, there's a block with about 80 apartments, and infinite wisdom, we gave them a rail colour chart to choose from, and we came back with 80 different colours, one for each balcony, so we didn't make that mistake again. But agree, the key thing is to keep it as close as possible to what's already there, to save going through the material change in planning permission.
I think just on that one, just jump in, is one thing is about giving people the choice, the other one is about making sure that people are well informed in a way that everybody can understand, that isn't patronising, that can sort of understand, what's wrong with my building at the moment, what has been assessed to be wrong with it, what are you going to do about it, what's the successful outcome look like, what can I be consulted on, what can't I, what are the stages, just keep people informed and communicate. And one of the key things from Hackett was that, I think it was around the building safety cannot be done to people, in residence, they need to be a part of the solution of keeping buildings safe. starting to see that with the resident sharing information on fire safety and fire door information in the fire safety regs. But people will go to Google and they will start looking and they'll start saying, well, that rail system you're using isn't, bloody, blah, and you should have used 3 rivets there rather than 4, and et cetera, and they will research. So I think people have that information at their fingertips. They can consult with people, just in a sense over-communicate and make sure that there's people in the budget, if you like, to manage that communication properly. Don't let them draw their own conclusions that may well be wrong. Or could be right.
Agree. I think resident liaison is probably one of the biggest pieces of everything that we do. And it goes back to what I was saying about making sure you get the right contractors on board who are accustomed to resident liaison. Because you're right, communication is key. And on all of our projects, we have weekly progress meetings with the contractor and with the residents present. And they are usually really well attended by the residents. And it's a programme update on where we are to date. And usually it's an opportunity for them to let us know any issues they're having during the construction period to bring to the contractor's attention so that they can either put processes in place to mitigate that, or they can say, look, understand, we're going through a bit of a tough time at the minute. It's only another 3 weeks and that part of the works will be done and then the problem's over. I totally agree. Keeping people updated is key. We've just got to make sure that we maintain control of the process. Because otherwise it can spiral into, these meetings can spiral into, we've gone through this information and we don't necessarily agree with it. And having a little bit of information is a really dangerous thing, because unless you can see the whole picture, you don't understand necessarily why that's being done. But if you see it in isolation, you might disagree with it and have good reason to disagree with it. And if we have to go through justifying ourselves at every meeting, we don't actually achieve what those meetings are meant for, which is, to keep people updated and keep them on board and get that building remediated as quickly as possible.
Thank you for your input on that, Mark. Matt, I'm going to give you a couple of quick fire questions before we wrap up, if that's okay. First one is, how do you work out who the responsible person is?
That's one for Sandy, really. My perspective when people ask me this, because it often comes up with resident management committees, comes up with the managing agents who are trying to contractually exclude themselves. If you are responsible, let's say, for example, you're responsible for managing a building, so you've been appointed to be a manager of a building as a professional, and further to that, you are commissioning a fire risk assessment, I would say, to my simple brain, you're a responsible person. If you are one of the 12 directors on the residents management committee that's outsourced full management of the building, but you're there for a legal responsibility, I think you could probably argue that you are less of a responsible person. It will change in the Building Safety Act around principal accountable persons, but from a fire perspective, if you're in control of fire safety in the building in some way, I think, to me, you should consider yourself to be a responsible person. I'm not sure you can just literally issue a new management contract and exclude your liability in law as a duty holder, but that's probably more a technical point for Sandy.
I'd be looking in the secure information box, because now it's a requirement.
Good answer.
It's a requirement for the responsible person for the building, and that's the common areas as we're talking around here, to have their UK details, contact details within that. So from a legal perspective, that's a requirement now going forward, as from the 23rd of January. But it can be quite a grey area, and can take some digging sometimes in the past. I think the whole new regs and the requirement to make that information available up front is to try and stop that, some of the issues that we've had in the past.
Although it is essential information, it is weird that the fire safety regulations only stipulate that you need to put that information in a red box and put it on the wall, on paper, not actually provide it as a part of your information handover formally to the fire service. Although some of it will be gleaned from the wall information, for example, because you have to say who's submitting it, but there isn't a specific duty to say, here's the responsible person's contact information in the UK, it's in the box, and we've also provided that to the local fire and rescue service.
We are asking for it.
Well, yeah.
We are asking.
It's not in the regulations, is it?
Within the templates that we're putting together, we are asking for it. Whether they give us it or not, then argue that later will be dependent.
Okay. I think we're going to have to draw it to a close, so we'll try and answer you. I'll try and circulate the question afterwards, Phil, and several others which we've got on the chat. We've got not an opportunity to answer those now, I'm afraid. But perhaps, Mark, if we could start off with a little key takeaway for the audience here.
Yeah, so I suppose, adopt the PAS process, embrace it, but make sure you bring all of the other stakeholders along on that journey from the start, and it should mitigate any nasty surprises when you're just about to get into contract.
Thank you. Stanley?
I think from one of the previous panel guests was around collaboration and communication and the importance of that. I think as a fire safety officer through my years at operational, when I had to go to buildings and do fire safety reviews of the building, I was always dismayed somewhat at the responsible person or the agents of the responsible person for the non-understanding of the fire safety equipment within that building. They didn't understand the smoke control systems, they didn't understand where the sprinkler control valves were. And the whole golden thread theory when we push forward with the Building Safety Act of that information being passed from conception through to end of life of a building is so important. And we've obviously touched on it that the residents need to understand their building, but more so for me that the person who's running that building really understands the fire strategy and the of the building itself and what's included in it.
Thank you. Matt?
Just for me, apart from communication, is that remembering that, as Dame Judith Hackett said, that the building is a system. A part of that system is the external wall or the facade. There are other sides to the compartments, and there's other firefighting equipment and passive and active systems within a building that need as much attention, if not more, than the external wall, but tend to get overlooked in the whole conversation, which is obviously as a result of the nature of the way that Grenfell progressed. So just remember, I would say to people that a building's got an outside and an inside, they're both as equally as important as each other. Don't just focus on the outside, although that's the main thrust of the conversation today.
Luke?
I would say early engagement is key. With some of these Building Safety Fund projects securing materials, the project's going slow for 2 years and suddenly they need everything next week. It's not easy from a supply chain point of view. If you have got multiple buildings to remediate, or you're from a main contractor and you're taking responsibility for buildings, please reach out early. There's one major contractor we've just worked with who secured the material for 5 buildings in one go. It's about £1.5 million worth of decking, and we save them about 30%, and the price increases. We're also now looking to vest materials and even procure billet, invest the billet aluminium to developers at source. The main reason for this is for aluminium, so you may want to speak to your window and door suppliers. I know Val can hear about the cladding also, but a lot of aluminium billet comes from Russia, and there's a lot of energy increases. There's a lot of disconnect in the world in the supply chain. And I'd say reach out as early as you can. Not exactly open book, but share the projects you've got to remediate with the different framework suppliers and ask for early engagement, because you can save a huge amount of time and money going forward.
Thanks, Luke. My takeaway is certainly consider residents during the process and early doors, as Mark was talking about, as one of the key stakeholders in the project, and also be conscious of the products you're buying, what the certificate parameters are really in which it's been tested. That's really fundamental, important, not just for remediation, but also for new build projects as well. But thank you very much to the panellists, and thank you to all the audience, both here in person and on the live stream. We'll now be taking a break for lunch. After lunch, we'll have a carbon panel discussion in this room. There'll be 2 fire-related discussions if you wanted to continue the fire conversation with one door manufacturer and a passive fire protection company in the smaller room at the back. And the ICM, the Institute of Construction Management, are hosting a small round table on the other side of this door, which is invitation only. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the panellists. Good afternoon, everyone. Just starting the next discussion around carbon. If we could perhaps come back and come into the room, we'll shortly be starting with all the speakers. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to those joining live stream from the UK, from mainland Europe, and also over in North America now as well. Welcome to you all. Good morning to America. So today we're going to be looking at our third panel for discussion for today. This one is about carbon. It's about walking the walk and leaving no footprint. So we've got a lot to talk about. We could probably talk about this topic all day. We've got a brilliant bunch of panelists here. So I'm going to start off by perhaps asking each one to introduce themselves. Perhaps we'll start this end.
Hello, I'm Johanna Järvinen from One Click LCA.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ayo Alu from Clarion Housing Group.
I'm Lee Jones from the MBS.
Good afternoon, everybody. David Walker from Stantec UK.
Hi everyone, I'm Lara Shear from Planet Mark.
Hi everyone, I'm Gurpreet Bassi from Wintech, a facade engineering consultancy.
Thank you very much, everyone. And perhaps we'll start with a fairly topical question, a question we get asked a lot, which is embodied carbon. And what is it and what is best practice? So perhaps I'll start off by pitching out to you, Lara. Talk about carbon more generally as well, perhaps, in this question.
Yeah. So just to give a bit of background as well, Planet Mark is a sustainability certification, so working with organisations and developments to measure and reduce carbon and social value. Embodied carbon comes up continuously as a very hot topic right now, and how to reduce it, and the cheesy phrase of you can't manage what you don't measure. So with embodied carbon, and probably One Click LCA will have all the details here, but essentially there are kind of standards and frameworks to help you measure embodied carbon. So we've got British standards and RICS, kind of whole life carbon methodology to help you quantify embodied carbon, but it's looking at everything from raw materials and their extraction, delivery to site, all of the on-site activities, and also looking at maintenance and end of life of a building. So that's kind of what's involved when you look into embodied carbon.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know if you want to add anything from One Click point of view.
Obviously, embodied carbon is also apparent in products. So if you are a manufacturer, you probably want to quantify your product carbon. And then obviously building level embodied carbon calculations are a lot easier and more accurate if the information to start with from the manufacturers are accurate. And there's obviously standards behind the life cycle assessments for that. And obviously embodied carbon is kind of narrowed only the upfront carbon. So from the production, transportation, construction, the whole life carbon is much more interesting measurement in that sense.
Thank you. We've got a early question from the audience. Keep them coming for anyone who's not yet used the Slido link. You can log on via this QR code in the background here or via sli.do and the event hashtag 999. But we've had an early question here about how that actually translates into meaningful choices on a building site. Now, perhaps if we go to you on that one.
Yeah, sure. How does it translate into meaningful choices? So the first statement was you can't manage what you don't measure. And I think the challenge that we're finding as a client, a developer, an informed client and a developer and a housing association, if you like a landlord, is getting the supply chain to actually engage in that measuring activity. I don't think it's insurmountable. I think it's quite straightforward. I just don't think that the impetus or the will is there to measure things accurately in a pre-construction stage before it gets to the point of making decisions of how you end up constructing. And let's face it, that's where all the changes are, that's where all the decisions are made, which will facilitate, reduced carbon in your construction processes or not. So I think, how does it actually manifest? It could manifest in simple things like, the supply chain from which you get the materials. Is it coming from far? Is it coming from near? What's the cost difference? Knowing that up front is a helpful metric, rather than just having an idea that you're going to buy it from that person from the outset without considering what the carbon implications are. But then that comes back to the measurement piece, and that for me is critical at the moment. So just as a business, we did an estimate of our embodied carbon footprint for the 2,500 homes that we built last year. I won't tell you what it is, but suffice to say that the assumptions we had to make in getting to that number were broad, and that wasn't good enough. So we're doing it again this year. And the idea is this year we take those templates for recording the information, and in as early a fashion as we can, we embed that into our development processes, and we drive the people who are delivering the homes to give us the information so we can set an accurate benchmark. And my estimation is that the next year we'll then be able to start reducing that by making those decisions. But right now, if I'm honest, it's hard to know where we are as a business because the information that comes through is so sort of ropey. Yeah.
David, what's your experience in this?
I think it's certainly an interesting question. I think for me, the decision-making process needs to start long before you get anywhere near a building site. And the important thing is to actually think about the approach that's going to be taken to achieving the end build right at the beginning of the design stage. So if it's a brownfield site, what is there at the moment? Is refurbishment maybe a better option than new build using virgin materials, which have obviously been transported and created and manufactured? Is off-site prefabrication a good option? What materials can be used in that? And so it has to start long before you're at the procurement stage, buying materials to construct your building. It needs to start a long way before that. And of course that obviously involves an important amount of engagement with your client, the architects, the design team, the end users, to understand how those decisions may affect the experience of the end user or the end tenant as well.
If we perhaps move it backstage to design stage, from a facade point of view, help us how that would manifest itself in the choices and specification.
Yeah, like the other panelists have said, you need to consider embodied carbon early on. You can quite easily influence the design much earlier on and make more fundamental changes than later on. RIBA Stage 2, RIBA Stage 3, you can make quite significant changes to the design of the building. When you get to RIBA Stage 4, RIBA Stage 5, it's extremely difficult to try and influence the design, to try and reduce the embodied carbon. In terms of the design as well, one phrase I heard was robbing Peter to pay Paul. In terms of embodied carbon and reducing carbon, there's a finite amount of material in the market. So when you talk about glass, when you talk about concrete, you know, you've got GGBS for concrete, you've got recycled cullet for glass. There's only a fixed amount in the market. And so if you think about it holistically, you're taking it from somewhere else and putting it onto your building. And whilst your building is pretty low embodied carbon, you're essentially taking it from somewhere else. Whilst this does drive up demand and the cost of that product, you know, market forces play a part, and you know, it becomes a premium. And what we're finding at the moment, those materials are at a premium. GGBS, recycled cullet, and you know, you've got the likes of Saint-Gobain taking cullet from glass processes. It's becoming more commonplace. But now, in terms of glass, we're talking about post-consumer glass. So it's really transforming the market. It's becoming a more valuable resource, and everybody's asking for these products that reduce embodied carbon at the design stage.
So that's an interesting point, and one of the conversations we often have with customers about recycled content. I think that's partly led by it being an easy thing to look at, and partly by the fact that probably anyone who's gone through education the last 40 years has probably been told about the importance of recycling, and rightly so. But when it comes to recycled metal products, there's particular questions which come up as to what percentage that is. But what's your experience in that? You talked about an infinite pool or a finite pool. What's your experience in recycled content and the importance of that percentage?
The percentages. So I can probably talk about aluminium and glass. So for system companies, you've got certain aluminium systems companies like Vicona and Cornair. So Cornair use 75% recycled content in their billet, which they use. And Vicona, they're almost a market leader in aluminium as well, systems, part of the Hydro group. And they did an experiment. I think they achieved 100% renewable energy and recycled content in their product. They did it as a case study, but they achieved it. So they used hydroelectric electricity to make their virgin aluminium, and it was 100% recycled content. So they did it as an exercise, and it was achieved. In terms of aluminium, you know, it's highly energy intensive to get virgin material out of the ground, you know, the bauxite, whereas to recycle it, I think it's a tenth of the energy. So that's aluminium. And in terms of glass, you know, you've got the likes of Saint-Gobain, you've got AGC, but most of their material comes from the processes and the float line. So when you get glass and they say it's 40% reduced energy, recycled content, that would reduce its embodied carbon because it's less energy intensive. You have to question where are they getting that cullet from, and it's very difficult to get post-consumer recycled cullet for glass. So there's a lot of challenges to be had, but the market is pushing to get these lower energy materials into their products to reduce the embodied carbon.
Sure. One Click LCA, you obviously specialise in measuring this kind of thing. What's your thoughts on recycled content?
Obviously, it's a good thing if there is a supply for it, and also people seem to confuse recycled content to recyclability of the product. So it's kind of used as a marketing. Steel is fully recyclable, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually made any recycled content in it. So just a confusion there is quite often apparent, and I think the manufacturers do know that, so they use different kind of wordings to confuse people. Like he said, if it's available, it's there, and I mean, you always take it away from something. If you don't, then you use virgin materials if you can't use recyclable content. But the flow, obviously, of materials, the purity of it, especially in aluminium, you don't never know what it's been alloyed with if you recycle it. So I'm sure there's a lot of aluminium scrap around, but if you can use it on buildings, it's another matter. Cans are easily recyclable to another can, but using in the buildings is kind of safety issues and quality and all that. So there is materials around. It's not like a necessary need to any more new materials being extracted in the speed that we do, but it's the purity and mixing things, and so they're not pure. It makes it difficult to industry to reuse them really.
You make some really interesting points there, and I guess when we're talking about recycled content, we've got to remember it's not about the actual percentage of recycled, it's about the end goal, which is ultimately reducing the carbon footprint. So this is a means to an end, and it certainly has its place and a very useful place. And the point you make about recyclable content, likewise, it does have its place in a circular economy. One of the things we've found recently, and we've been working with one of our major extruders to actually send back stuff which has been quarantined from a quality point of view, to actually truly make it recyclable. But by that time, you can then guarantee the structural support. But I think it was alluded to by one of the other comments, is that not all these products you can necessarily get the structural grades or the certification which you may want from a recycled content. If we move on to the specification side of things, what's your thoughts on this?
I think the main thing really is to, I think yourself mentioned it earlier, is look at it as early as you possibly can. So if you're thinking of recycled content, there's within the MBS tools, there's a lot of guidance that goes on around this thing, but making sure that you're factoring in, is it post-consumer or pre-consumer? Within terms of embodied carbon, there is a big difference between the two. So post-consumer, where that material's had a previous life, i.e. it could have been an aluminium pop can that's then turned into something else, a different component, or whether it's from waste from raw material. From an embodied carbon point of view, that is big, but then also factoring in the recyclability of it and not getting those two things confused. So if you're measuring the whole recycled content within your structure or your building, for example, you need to get that, it needs to be documented, and I think the specification really is a great place to start with that. It obviously is the itinerary of every component that's going into the building ultimately. So if you can map that out and then work that with your quantities, yeah, you can do it, but make sure that you're getting the difference between the two, because if you're using generic figures, there's going to be a difference between post-consumer and pre-consumer. And I think looking at the greenwashing side of things as well, people might market a product as having 30% more recycled material, but is that in the whole product? Is it just a certain component of it? I think in the cases of systems, and we were listening to about the external facade stuff in the last session beforehand, there's so many different components and different materials as which part of that is recycled and which part isn't.
Yeah, there's some really interesting points you make there. We've just had a couple of questions as we've been speaking about various pieces of this, one of which is A1 to A3, A1 to A5, or B1 to B4 most important? Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with those, that's all part of the process which the one-click tool will give you, and that's what you're looking at in the EPDs. From a balcony point of view, I can certainly comment that the A1 to A3 makes the biggest to your embodied carbon. However, don't forget that the balconies sit on a building not just as a one-off thing, but for a 60-year design life, realistically. So thermal performance and so on is very, very important, as no doubt WindTech we'll talk about as well. But don't be confused between different products may have different bits which are important. For instance, balconies, transport is actually less than 1% of a balcony. So if you reduce your balcony transport footprint by half, you only make 0.5 a difference. It's not a significant factor, even though that's a good move. Whereas other products, it may be substantially higher. So you can't just treat one item, one product, and blankly apply the same rule for each. But in terms of sites, David, what's your experience on this one?
Well, I think my immediate thoughts on it would be that A1 to A5 is probably the most important part of the design process to consider, and certainly in terms of Part Z, that seems to be where a lot of those organisations that are committed to supporting Part Z seem to be focusing their attention. But of course, Nick, you've raised the interesting points there, is it does very much depend on the product. So for different products, there could be, sort of further down the life cycle, those calculations could be more important. So I guess it's very much it's very much down to the individual product, the design of it, what it is, the part it plays in the life cycle of the building, and looking beyond that, I think that then goes to some of the issues that the industry is struggling with at the moment about the huge range of standards and metrics and methodologies there are for making these calculations, and making sure that the calculations that manufacturers and specifiers are presenting to architects, etc., are based on like-for-like comparisons, so that, you know, the entire design and build process can be based on better informed decisions. And I think we're quite a long way away from that. I think things are moving forward, and the industry is doing its best to drive this as well. But I think there is still a lot of confusion out there, and hence this unsavoury term greenwashing gets thrown around quite a lot. And quite often I think it's slightly unfair that it's, you know, it's used as a kind of accusation, because one of the other things that I always come back to is the fact that actually when you're looking at engineering and reducing carbon, vast amounts of the carbon that are embedded in products in the construction industry come from energy in the manufacturer. So if you can reduce that, if you can reduce the amount of energy that's used in the manufacture, and in parts of the business that I work in, that's known as value engineering, then you can reduce the cost, but you can also reduce carbon. Now, is it wrong that those two go hand in hand? And if, as a result of value engineering reducing the cost, because energy, as we all know, is such an important and expensive part of the manufacturing process, is it wrong that we also capitalise on the publicity around reducing carbon? Personally, I've got my own views about that, and I'm sure many people here do. But, you know, there's an awful lot around that as well, I think.
That's a really good point, and certainly from a balcony point of view, we're big advocates of reducing connections in balconies. And it takes about a third of the balcony embodied carbon, but likewise, during the 60-year process, that's quite a lot of heat loss from the building as well, potentially, especially in colder climates like North America and so on. But I guess there's, from Clarion's point of view and the routes on the projects you've taken, how do you find that pan out in actually weighing up product decisions and so on that basis?
That's a good question. And for us, being a client, we sometimes don't have that reach right the way down into the supply chain to be able to facilitate those decisions. What we do try and do is focus on the things we can affect, which are social value and the transport routes that people take. So we can, through our employees' requirements, we can specify that we want things either manufactured or brought from either a part of the UK or within a certain radius. And that helps us with the transport. But that is, like you observed, only relative to certain materials. Some it'll make the blindest bit of difference. So I think in terms of product spec, we've started now to insist on certain things for contractors to do on site. And this is not just recording their site waste, but to drive reductions in the amount of energy that they use while they're undertaking the construction process. We haven't got to the point yet where we're demanding that materials are meeting certain criteria of recyclability or quantity of recycled content, because we're just not there yet, frankly. But that'll be the next step, I should think. But right now we're focusing on the local pound, social value, reducing the distance that labour and materials have to travel to complete our sites, and that's the starting point for our journey, if you like.
Sure, and labour's probably one of the most difficult parts to measure as well, isn't it? The amount of products, especially when you're kind of comparing perhaps traditional on-site methods versus off-site methods.
Yeah.
For instance, bricklaying on site and the amount of people which would be involved in that versus a precast panel.
Yeah, innovation is playing a big part in just getting projects off the ground now, getting them to pass beyond pre-construction into construction. And you're absolutely right. You take bricklaying, which is a really good example. There just aren't enough bricklayers in the country. But you talk to local authority planners and they all seem to think they're in abundance because everybody wants a brick building. So at some point we have to compromise. There's talk of brick slip systems now coming back in a really, really big way. Okay, and that's just a natural reaction to a shortage in the market. So the innovation is playing a big part in what we do. And the standardization, which we've talked about a lot, is going to help that, because if you can minimize the varieties or the variances rather within a manufacturing process, you should be able to reduce the amount of carbon in that process by making it more of a standard operation. So that's one thing that we're really driving forward as well.
Yeah, some interesting points there. And just going back to a point which was made earlier, we got a question here
relating to Part Z. I think, David, you may have mentioned Part Z. Where's it going? I might start with perhaps OneClick's thoughts on this.
We hope somewhere. No, it's basically, Part Z is a proof of concept that it could work as a building regulation. It's the same guidance in principle, same people written it as a GLA guidance, so it's the embodied carbon guidance for Greater London Authority, which is a planning guidance really, so it could work in building regulations as well, why not? There is a lot of countries in Europe already who has mandated or implement, like France has already started their building regulation. LCAs are required. Next, our whole Scandinavia or Finland as well, moving into it in the next 2 years, same as Holland. So it does work in other countries, so why not here? And I think people are, well, in London especially, like they already started doing what is needed for the GLA guidance before it was actually in force. So I think it is already kind of in a movement. I think Manchester is bringing similar in next, so I think the industry is definitely ready, but obviously building regulations in this country, like otherwise, take some time to surface. So if the Part L 2016 came out this year, then I hope it's not that long that the Part Z will come out.
Thanks. For those who aren't aware, Part Z is in consultation at present, but anyone else have got any thoughts around this one?
I think for me, I'm just in agreement. It's definitely coming, but it's when. We've obviously got COP27 happening at the moment, and there's at least going to probably be another one of those before it's launched, maybe two. But I think what the Greater London Authority are doing, like you mentioned, it's really set the precedents and set the benchmark. So people are doing this now, and I think as that becomes more and more the norm, it's only going to spread. So I think as an industry, we need to be promoting this and pushing this more and not being told what to do. We know what we've got to do. We can just go and get that job done. But it's not always straightforward. Obviously, a lot of the data isn't there for a lot of the products. I think if you're a construction product manufacturer in particular, EPDs is probably the best thing to start with because the specification community are looking for it. And I think it's going to be a USP. Those that have got it have got the data there to give, and they've got more chance of selection. So yeah, that's just my opinion on that, Nick, at the moment.
Definitely, although the role of an EPD shouldn't be to try and get a number which is as low as physically possible on the paper, it should be about demonstrating the reality of your product. There's certainly things we've been finding in systems, for instance, nominal sizing and so on, balconies. Goes back to a similar conversation to the fire panel we've just had about kind of being careful of what is on the document which you've got. But it's at least a good step forward, and it's about documenting what the figure is. But you just mentioned early COP27. It'd be wrong not to talk about that. Laura, I know we are quite in touch with this. Got any updates for us?
Yes, it's quite interesting. My colleague, one of our directors, is on the ground in Egypt right now and kind of passing on messages and updates as to what's going on, but also conversations with people who are there and what they're looking for and what they're hoping to gain from COP27, because I think there's a lot of quiet skepticism, but hopefully a bit of optimism as well. And I think what we're hoping to see is more courage from governments to be doing more and nailing some language a little bit better. I know yesterday that they announced that the first coalition are going to be targeting a 10% reduction in cement and concrete to near zero by 2030. We don't know what near zero actually means, but there is progress being made, and hopefully these kinds of, COP27 will just continue the progress and the conversation forward.
So that's an interesting point. We've just had a fairly specific question as well, which we'll jump back to some of the points you've made there a bit later. But Gurpreet, there's the new Part L. We're now facing 0.2 rather than 0.5. I think this is facade U values. Is that difficult to reach?
0.2 for the U values. What's that?
It just says 0.2, from 0.2 to 0.5. I think this is talking about thermal performance of the facade.
I'm not sure what that's in relation to. But 0.2 is the new thermal bridging value from 0.015. So if that's the question, then yes, it's extremely hard to achieve. It was extremely hard to achieve before. So moving forward, for thermal bridging, it'll be even more difficult. The standard accredited details, they've been removed. Can't use them anymore. But we all know why they were terrible in the first place. They just had standard details that weren't really applicable to almost every type of new build other than domestic housing. So for thermal bridging now, you can either use a calculated approach, the conservative default, which is, you said, is 0.2, or the default psi values, which for SAP are in table K1. So at the moment, I think moving forward, I think it's going to be a mix of default and calculated values. But the difficulty at the moment is what do you calculate and what do you use as default? Some of our projects, we used default all the way through, and it ended up being higher than 0.2, which was the conservative default. So, that surprised us. So we're going to have to use a mix and match approach. And I think balconies is the key area as well. I mean, the highest heat loss is through balconies, so we're going to have to calculate that first. And then, depending on how your building's designed, if you've got a lot of punched opening windows and doors, you might want to concentrate on that. But it's quite difficult to understand which ones you should concentrate on which ones you should use as default.
Yes, that's a really good point. And these junction points are particularly where not only fire becomes a more difficult challenge, but also from a thermal point of view, it's a lot more heat loss in those sort of points. So if anyone has actually got a particular balcony challenge, given that you've just mentioned it there, we've actually just recently launched a ultra-low carbon balcony, which is about reducing the amount of penetrations significantly, and the body carbon at the same time. So if you would like to speak to any of the Sapphire team, welcome to talk that through with you. But going back to the COP27, has anyone else been following it or got any tips for the audience?
I read one news article on the train this morning. It's totally irrelevant to balconies, but France have mandated that they're going to enforce solar panels on any car parking spaces that have got over 80 spaces now moving forward. So if you're a PV manufacturer in France, it's going to be a great place to be, I think. And again, it's an example of another country leading with something that people are going to take on board. So utilising what we've already got, and I think looking at carbon and the existing building stock that we've got now is how can we reuse things to limit stuff. There's a lot of messages come off, and it translates from one thing to the next quite easily. And what you just mentioned about fire safety and sustainability, the two things do go hand in hand. There's a lot of synergy between them, and obviously one impacts the other. So it's great to see somebody leading in that, but I think it's been a little bit quiet overall, if I'm honest. It's not been the most notable. I think from having Glasgow last time, obviously with it being in the host country, we were getting it literally shoved down us throats on the news every 5 minutes. So it's been a bit quiet, but that was just one, I think, good news story, I think, that came out of it this morning.
So that's a really interesting point, and kind of leads us on naturally to the question of where does scope 1, 2 and 3 fit into the construction process? And when we talk about solar panels, often it's companies investing for their own premises. We're currently in the process of going through that stage as well. But Laura, this has got to be a question you start with, I think.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, scopes 1, 2 and 3 refer to kind of how you measure carbon using the greenhouse gas protocol. So scopes 1 and 2, for example, look at the electricity, the gas, the fuel that you're using as an organisation, but also when you look at scope 3, it's pretty much everything else. There's 15 categories within scope 3, and it goes from everyone between your purchased goods and services, which is your supply chain essentially, to your upstream and downstream transportation, distribution, your investments, any franchises. It's a lot to consider, and as other panelists have highlighted here, there's challenges in getting accurate consumption-based data, which I think all of us face right now. So I think there needs to be a lot more collaboration across the industry and wider to ensure that we are getting accurate information so we can have more meaningful and reflective emissions being measured.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to comment on that?
Yeah, just probably tying it back to your question about the COP. I think there are some glaring omissions in what happens after COP. Because when you bring all that information and goodwill back from a meeting like that, take COP26 as a good example, what physically manifested as a change in the UK? What did we actually do? And I'm just using the UK as an example because we're all sitting here now. But there seems to be a disconnect, in my view. So on the question of the scope 1, 2 and 3 tie-ups, or the measurement of those emissions, personally I'd like to see people like the MPPF stepping up and saying, you know, as part of our planning framework in the country, we'd like to see this now. I'd like to see the National Design Guide starting to pick up references to zero carbon and how people are going to facilitate it, or at least prove that they're making an effort, and not just a statement such as, oh, we'd recommend you look at it, because that's not helping anyone. It's actually saying, when you come into planning with a scheme, we would like to see the following. And perhaps at planning it's only scope 1 that's taken as consideration, but we have to start making some solid moves in this direction, or it will just be rhetoric, which I'm afraid there's a lot of that going on at the moment.
I think your suggestion is scaring people out there.
It's definitely scaring people, but you know what? It's a scary topic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is the whole point of this conversation being called Walk the Walk.
Yeah.
It's too easy, isn't it, to offset emissions, call yourself carbon positive, and call it job done, and then perhaps get a few orders off the back of it from people which may not realise it. But
just to temper that, so I don't frighten anyone too much, I do think that the actual, you know, it's a challenge, the sustainability, and it has to be balanced by economic conditions that make it easier to do this, easier than it is now anyway. So yeah, I'll leave it there before anyone starts leaving.
Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, I think for anybody that works for a sort of a larger organisation that maybe is either based in Europe, mainland Europe, or is distributing or having business in mainland Europe, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive has effectively been finalised now. So if you're a public listed company or over 500 employees, from 2024 onwards, you legally now have to report your scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. MBS is part of a larger organisation that's based in Stockholm, and we're going to have to do that now. It's something that we're gearing up for. But our supply chain as well, it's having the same impact. So upstream and downstream, our customers, it's impacting the larger organisations, particularly tier 1 contractors, but then the manufacturers as well. We've got some manufacturers that will distribute in different brands, but the different holding companies, these have got to start to look at this too. And as an individual that's led MBS's carbon measurements over the past 4 years, scope 3 is immensely difficult. You can look at things from a location-based approach or a market-based approach. There's 2 ways of measuring it. Location-based is maybe using generic statistics. So if you look at things like DEFRA, for example, for emissions from vehicles, flights, that kind of thing. Or if you're using market-based approach, you could do a mixture of the 2, which might be a case of you could have a set BEIS energy figure for electricity consumption. But if you know for a fact that you're getting your electricity from a 100% renewable source and that's certified from your provider, you can actually lower that carbon count there. So it's being aware of the 2 different things of how it can be measured. But really, really get ready for your supply chain, because there's nothing more complicated than measuring your supply chain. There's cost-based approaches that you can do. So in the UK, the BEIS have appointed a carbon figure per GBP pound of spend in certain categories, and that's how the government work out their emissions at the moment. So that's one way of looking at it, but really engaging with your supply chain now to get them to start to either look at measuring or provide you the statistics if they've already got it, is going to stand people in better stead for in this 2 to 3 years point when it becomes a legal requirement.
Absolutely, and again, like the EPDs, it's not about measuring a number which is the lowest you can possibly show. It is about documenting it and proving change.
Yeah.
Laura?
I was just going to say, so obviously there is the point that for larger organisations, it's going to become mandatory to be reporting on scopes 1, 2 and 3 in the very near future. But these larger organisations are under pressure to set longer term net zero targets, which, as you said, you need to start engaging your supply chain. So SMEs are going to be at the heart of being required as well to start measuring their full carbon footprint as well. So it's so important for them to also be proactive rather than reactive in this case, because they might not be able to work with these larger organisations in the very near future if they're not already starting to tackle these issues.
David, did you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on a couple of points that have been made, really. I think one thing that springs to mind, particularly with sort of scope 2 and scope 3, is where you're involved in more complex building components which may be assembled in one place, but the parts could be manufactured all over the world. It becomes incredibly difficult. Yes, okay, we've got emission factors which we can rely upon and which can be broadly similar to our own for manufacturing in Europe. In the UK we do. But in the Far East, how, you know, in China, maybe India, if we're sourcing those components, how much can we rely on the information that sits behind those in terms of the carbon emissions, which is obviously most of which is covered by scope 3. And so I think there's got to be a period of time where this process, we learn from this process, we improve it and we refine it, but the whole process overall does allow us to really focus in on the supply chain, and it will be driving down performance scrutiny into the supply chain, allowing us to identify unknowns or hotspots or opportunities to investigate further and put flesh on those bones and challenge those suppliers wherever they are, because, you know, for the moment at least, we're still part of a global economy, and that's not going to change for a long while yet. So again, the supply chain will respond to it if we, who are having to perform and adapt these standards, put the pressure in the right place, because what will happen is they won't be able to remain part of the supply chain if we don't. And that's exactly the same model that happened in the 90s and early noughties with big companies adapting ISO 14000, etc. It pushed environmental monitoring and performance down into the supply chains.
Yeah, definitely, and that's one meaningful piece of an approach you can take as part of giving that physical evidence behind what you're doing about actually taking moves forward and not just talking about things. What is the role in offsetting, Lara?
Sorry?
What is the role of offsetting?
I think it has a role. It is contentious in some situations, but I think when you start talking about carbon neutrality, we see it as more of a stepping stone, as a wider journey. So I think it's important to ensure that everyone knows exactly what projects they are investing into, that they're verified, they're gold standard, and they also match kind of the values of your organisation as well, and that it's transparent. So the most important part of this is telling that story of that journey. So ensuring that you are thinking longer term. With carbon neutrality in PAS 2060, the requirements are only to measure your scopes 1 and 2, so your electricity, your gas and your fuel, and offset 100% of that. You do have to have a reduction target in place and a plan to improve, but it's not really incentivising you to reduce your scope 3, which, as I said before, is everything else. And with net zero targets coming into play, the UK government have set a legally binding target of 2050 for net zero. Carbon neutrality can only be one part of that journey, an early part of that journey.
Scope 3, if I recall rightly from seeing some of your colleagues present on this matter, is in construction is by far the biggest area for most companies, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, in terms of offsetting, interesting, if anyone knows what the value of 5 trees is in offsetting. I bought 5 trees last week from a LinkedIn promotion I saw about becoming a carbon positive company, but does anyone want to take a guess at how much that cost me? 17 pence, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure the trees will ever be planted. Apparently they're being planted in Madagascar, but it kind of shows how easy it is to really cover this up. So just be careful on claims. There's lots out there. I get a lot of targeted posts on LinkedIn promoting things like that. The other ones are kind of recycled content in plastic bottles and partnerships and all sorts of wonderful things. But in reality, what makes a difference is the physical evidence, the solar panels Lee was talking about, and other steps. And certainly it'd be good to get some tips from the audience, from the panel, for the audience about what companies can practically do to actually reduce their scope. So any particular tips from you?
I mean, saying about the scope 3 emissions for contractors are probably 80% of the emissions, and for designers it's 99%. So how to practically reduce them? Well, designers, it's quite easy. They have to design leaner buildings and low carbon buildings, then they can reduce it quite significantly. Using the electricity at office, so I mean, what can you do? Not a lot. Doing carbon neutral, buying green electricity for their office is not going to make any difference to this world, basically. So, well, It depends which industry you are, like what you should consider. See what your scope 3 emissions is, like, and think about those first. I mean, obviously, if you're a big manufacturer, use a lot of energy yourself in the factories, then that kind of makes do. Put PV panels, wind turbines, whatever you can do from the energy point of view. But developers, contractors, I mean, it's what you build and how you build and what kind of products you buy are the things. And also, I don't think anyone mentioned, you said about A1 to A5, is it more important than to the B? If you build low carbon building, which is only going to last 10 years, then it's not also like the A1 to A5 might be low, but you didn't build for longevity, or like it's just pointless to do so. So you have to, that's why you have to think about the whole life. So low carbon now, and also like we're gonna, something that will last and is low maintenance. It's always the best approach all the way around. Even maybe manufacturers don't want to sell more, but if their products can be repaired and maintained for longevity, then that's obviously also a good idea.
Thank you. Any other practical tips?
I've got one, yeah. So we've actually gone through PAS 2060, but we actually included Scope 3 in it as well. I think if anybody's starting on the journey, your comment straight out the gate about measure is absolutely the first thing to get done. You can't come up with a carbon reduction strategy until you know what you're doing at the moment anyway. But even though PAS 2060 doesn't mandate Scope 3, it only mandates Scope 1 and 2, you do need that reduction strategy in there. The reason that's set is because that's the easiest thing to do. So if you're looking for somewhere to start, Scopes 1 and 2 are what to do. So the difference between them is Scope 1 and 2 is owned and controlled sources. So that is the burning of fossil fuels that's within your control. So your electric consumption in your offices or your factory or on site, your fleet, so the company cars, vans, trucks, whatever it is that you're operating there, because you have a choice in, do we buy EV or do we get a diesel engine vehicle, and then natural gas. So those sit within the Scope 1 and 2. And you get bills for all of these things. The transportation, the mileage that your vehicles are doing, that'll be logged through your expenses system predominantly, or it'll be fed back when the cars are serviced, or wherever it is that you're going to get that from. And obviously gas and electric just comes in, so you're just converting that kilowatt hours or the meters cubed in the case of natural gas to an emissions figure. Your energy provider should be able to give you what that emissions figure is, and it's the same for in your homes. It's exactly the same situation. And if they don't, then you can just use the BEIS statistics, which are available from the government's website. There's standard emission factors that you can use there. That calculation can be done super quick, and then look at Scope 3 as a later project. I think that would be my biggest piece of advice.
Definitely, and from practical experience, and similar to what you just mentioned there, is measuring the first part of it, even while you're trying to measure the full scope of Scope 3, or full extent of it, is a good move. And through doing that, we discovered that by incentivising our employees to go for electric vehicles, which is something we've done by company policies, guess what? Most people have switched over to electric, so it's been a good move and reduced a lot. But it's that kind of physical evidence which people should look for in the procurement process as well. But any other thoughts?
Sorry, Nick, can I just add one more thing? Sure. I think that's one of the complexities when it comes into measuring Scope 3. It's not so much the difficulty of the calculations that you've got to do, it's getting the information from the relevant people that you need it from. You'll typically find that there's things like spend data to work out what your supply chain's costing. Trying to get that from your finance teams when they're constantly focusing on month-end reporting is difficult. So unless you can embed that into the KPIs and the business metrics, it's not really going to go anywhere. It needs to be incentivized within the business, whether that's through promoting you'll get X amount bonus or wherever it is from doing this, or whether it's we'll give you a better rate if you have an electric vehicle. It's just something that you need to think that monetary gain will actually make people's brains tick and get the job done.
Laura, any possibility of measuring Scope 3 without speaking to your supply chain?
As Lee said, you can use spend-based data, but it's not very accurate and it's not very meaningful because it's not going to give you very many ideas on how you can actually make realistic reductions. So there are ways, and it's a good first step if you don't have that data, but consumption-based is definitely the most realistic and meaningful.
Definitely, there's a good conclusion, I think, to that kind of Scope 1, 2 and 3 discussion. But Gerpra, we've had a question from the audience. What is the most important and impactful thing to consider when designing for off-site construction, and how can that help in reduce embodied carbon?
Off-site construction's a bit of a weird one. I think the general premise at the moment is off-site construction is very efficient, and through efficiency you can reduce the embodied carbon of what ends up on your building. What people don't realise is some forms of off-site construction tend to be more over-engineered than what ends up on site. So you can imagine pre-modularised modules or prefabricated cladding panels. The equivalent that would be on a facade would have a lot less mass. Whilst it is efficient, you really need to look at the numbers. So that's the first thing I'd say about prefabrication and embodied carbon. But it is more efficient, and you do waste less. And then you also have the reduction in personnel on site. Limited personnel means that you've got less carbon impact from all of those activities. You're generally on site less, so prefabrication tends to, upfront design is more, but it reduces the program. So you have to look at the numbers really. So it's kind of pros and cons with prefabrication.
Definitely, and with a lot of metals, certainly the utilisation of it and other materials which are high in embodied carbon, it's making a big impact on that. So I know something you've done at Clarion is reducing balcony types, for instance. That in itself makes balconies more, the utilisation of material much better, but no doubt there's other products in exactly the same boat. If you can reduce that, the waste utilisation, but also the advantage you get, I suppose, in a factory versus a construction site is it's much easier to recycle, reuse it, sit on the shelf to be laser cut into a different project later on. But any tips from going through that process yourselves?
In terms of approaches to MMC, prefabrication?
Rationalising, looking at MMC.
Definitely. I think the standardisation of the product has been for us one of the most important things. So, a bathroom's a bathroom, right? It's the same shape, it's the same area. And I looked at hundreds of bathrooms when I made the decision to go for 2 different types. And each of them was about 7 centimetres difference, with a slight tweak, depending on whoever was drawing it. It just isn't necessary. It's waste throughout design, waste throughout procurement, and a waste in construction as well. So we pulled all that into one. But I think, getting buildings to a place where we get more efficient at doing them is probably the key thing, and you're only ever going to do that through standardization and reducing the amount of variables. So for me, that's critical. The other thing that we've been looking seriously at is and it's an overlooked thing, but it's the procurement route that you take when constructing a building. That drives so much efficiency or inefficiency, frankly, depending on how you structure your program, your costs profile, your money drawdown, or your point of contracting or your point of transaction. All those decisions essentially will drive an end result. And at the moment, we tend to spend a lot of time preparing, and executing in a minimum amount of time, but not spending the time that we spend preparing, getting the best out of the execution. That's a very long way of saying we spend too much time faffing about in pre-con without thinking about how we're going to deliver it in the quickest, safest, most carbon efficient manner. And I think a switch to how you procure projects with carbon in mind, with program in mind, is critical to this, to unlocking this. So I'd say that's our next big challenge.
That's an interesting point. And going back to the point David made earlier on about is it right to make additional cost savings whilst improving carbon footprints, if you like? That's exactly what rationalisation is doing. It's not about cutting out margins and reducing costs from that point of view and changing practices to something as a sharp practice or something. It's completely the opposite. It's working together to actually reduce the amount you're using in the first place. But any other comments on that kind of topic of rationalisation, standardisation?
I think, excuse me, I think I would just pick up on and agree with all of those points. When you're off-site and you're manufacturing off-site, you have much more opportunity to achieve consistency, to achieve better quality, to achieve resilience, and you've got more control over your inputs. We all know how frenetic an active building site is and how program decisions are having to be made on the fly because of unforeseen disruption or whatever it may be. With external fabrication, you've got a lot more control over that, and therefore the benefits of doing so can be easily achieved and are easier to measure as well, because I think, Nick, you made the point that waste disposal, if you've got a purpose-built facility, then all of the waste can be segregated and taken off site and recycled or reused in the appropriate manner. Whereas again, you know, building sites, whilst they're getting better, that doesn't always happen as it should. I think just broadening out the discussion a little bit on the sort of sustainability side, it's also got potential benefits for local communities as well, because if you've got construction sites that are not employing as much heavy civils machinery and manufacturing for concrete pours, you know, unsociable hours of working, and you're bringing a lot of that material in, then the effect on communities is reduced as well. The adverse effect of noise, of pollution from roads being closed, congested by concrete mixers and all of that sort of thing comes into play. And that's an intangible aspect of what we're talking about really, those wider effects that alter people's behaviour and you know, can affect the relationship we have with our communities as well.
It's a really valid point. We actually did a study on balconies as to manufacturing facilities, how many people lived within a 15-mile radii versus workers working on sites. And the difference is massive, especially when you move to more outlying places or places which aren't building a lot of high-rise residentials. There's a lot of travel involved. But it's a really key point what you're talking about there in that type of thing. Now, let's move on the conversation a little bit. What's the biggest risk during 2023 to sustainability? Who wants to take that? Yeah, for David.
I'll have a start. For me, it's got to be energy. It's got to be energy security. It's got to be the price of energy. Energy is such an important part of basically every kind of manufacturing process we're involved with, particularly if, you know, as we're talking about with balconies, etc. You know, there's a lot of energy inputs into that when you're recycling, etc. So I think, you know, there's volatility in the markets where there's talk and concern being raised about moving away from some of our targets, reducing reliance on certain types of energy sources, of fuels. You know, there's been talk about extending the working life of some of our last few remaining coal power stations to provide more energy security. That's not good for sustainability. However, the flip side, of course, is that in the dash or the urgency now that's being placed on energy security and energy independence, there's every opportunity for us to move towards being more self-sufficient in terms of energy. And, you know, we've got massive, enormous natural resources around our coast in this country to build renewable energy sources and, you know, secure independence of supply. So it's a double-edged sword, but I think certainly in 2023 that would be where I'd be putting my money.
Thanks, David.
I would I'd second that and probably talk more about less of the risk but more of the opportunity side of it. So it's a given, you know, things are shrinking, availability of resources are shrinking, and it's going to push people in a different direction. I'm a great believer that human beings are rubbish at change, rubbish. But adaptation, fantastic. Yeah, you drop us in, we'll manage to swim. So I think just taking that in the context of the property market, you know, you could look at some of the house builders out there and they could offer you a home for £300,000, standard home, you know, gas boiler, whatever it is. Or you could pay £340,000 or £325,000 and be given a zero bills home, where you don't have to change the kit on it for 15 to 20 years. Why is that not an offer? Why is that something that isn't offered readily in the market? Simply because people will always opt for the £300,000 one because that's all they've been offered. So I think that the scarcity of materials and the cost of the energy that we're all crying about, I know I am, bills I get, is going to drive that change in the market. I think you're going to start seeing mortgage providers now saying, it's part of your affordability criteria, this is how much you can afford. You need to make sure your operating costs are significantly less, which then drives that end user to say, or the purchaser to say, I need a home that's giving me a minimum, absolute minimum energy usage. In turn, driving the market to say, I need to now provide that. Might take a year or two, But I think we're on the cusp of that change now. We're starting to see it come through. So I see it as a massive risk, and second what you say, but it's an even bigger opportunity in my view.
It's an interesting point, and if it's okay, I'm just going to move on to one of the other questions linked to this point. But if we wind the clock forward a little bit further from next year and the immediate cost of living crisis and so on, and energy and so on, what about investors and buyers of the future? What are they looking for? Lara, perhaps start off this one.
Yeah, I mean, we work with so many different types of organisations, so hear quite a few different points of view, but generally we're seeing that organisations aren't able to access certain types of funding if they don't demonstrate strong ESG credentials. Other types of organisations are also able to access cheaper funding to demonstrate, again, strong ESG credentials. So I think it's starting to also become a bit of a top-down approach where investment funds are really putting a lot of pressure on organisations, especially within the built environment, to be adopting and acting more sustainably going forward.
Thank you very much. Anyone else got any thoughts on investors? And
as a public listed company, we're starting to see more and more of these things coming in now through surveys, etc. I think investors, particularly if they're looking at long-term investment, is what's that risk? Is there going to be more of a financial risk to their asset if 10, 15 years' time, if we don't achieve the climate reduction that we're aiming for, that's obviously going to be exponential. And we had a survey sent through last week from one of the funding businesses that invests, and I've never seen one like it before. I had to put an entire day out just to go through the Excel sheet and understand the questions that were in it, whereas normally it would have been, have you got ISO 14001, do you offset your carbon, this kind of thing. It was going into things like, can you list the top 5 places which are at the highest risk to climate change in which your business operates, and why are they at risk?
Absolutely.
So you were starting to look at things like flood mitigation, aridness and people having to relocate and they're not being the workforce there anymore. So I think investment definitely is going to be a top-down driver.
There's an interesting study I saw a couple of weeks ago actually on investors and talking about their interest and why investors are asking. And one of the interesting stats from that was a company measured from 2009 at the GFC through to 2021, companies which had good ESG and ethical policies versus those who didn't, and the performance in financial terms was vastly different between the two, and that's one of the key reasons as well on that, I think, from what we're hearing. But, unfortunately, we've run out of time again. We've got lots more questions which we will put to the panel and come back to people afterwards. But if we could perhaps start at the end of the stage with a bit of a summary as to what your key takeaway would be, Gurpreet, for the audience.
Yeah, something we haven't discussed on this panel is that 80% of the building stock is already built. So in terms of new build, it's a small percentage of the overall building stock. I think we really need to focus more on refurbishment as well as new build. So we've got a big challenge ahead of us, to achieve, the 1.5 degree target, which we're going to discuss at COP27. The last thing I want to mention as well is the UK NZC is an industry-wide initiative to develop the first net zero carbon building standard, and they're calling for evidence right now for operational embodied carbon. So they're going to produce the first net zero carbon guide. So they're asking for evidence now. So if anybody's got any information on their particular building, operational embodied, they're collating that information and they're going to create this new guide, which should come out next year. So just something for everybody to know.
Interesting, thank you. All right.
I'm going to steal Planet Mark's very simple 3-step process, which I think is important to relay back here, but it's all about measurement, engagement, and communication. So measurement, independently measuring, verifying carbon footprint, social value, setting targets and making continuous improvements, but also engaging your teams, your supply chain, your stakeholders, your clients, but also helping to ensure that you're communicating your sustainability story in a really transparent but credible way as well.
Thank Thank you. David?
I think probably for me, it's kind of underlined a little bit just the inextricable connection between carbon, sustainability, and the financial aspects of what we do. You know, we just finished, the last discussion was about financial institutions and are they going to be prepared to lend against propositions that perhaps are not going to perform as well environmentally in the future, and only, you know, will you only be able to get mortgages for first-time buyers, for example, for energy performance rated A or A plus or whatever it may be. And I think that's going to be more the case, and consumers are going to become more educated. You know, we've had Volkswagen, we've had all of these greenwashing scandals, and I think particularly younger generations are becoming more educated, and they're looking beyond the bike racks that are provided or the electric car charging points. You know, they're looking inside in more detail. And I just want to quote a couple of quick stats, because I made some notes for this panel. I'd like to use at least one of them, if that's okay. So, according to Greenpoint's 21st Business Sustainability Index, 64% of Generation X customers would spend more on a product if it comes from a sustainable brand. And that figure jumps to 75% among millennials. So, you know, people are becoming more educated. They're prepared to spend the money, for example, for a building that's going to perform well for a long time, that's going to serve them well. And I think that goes back to a couple of points we've touched on during this discussion.
Thank you, David. Nate?
I think measure is probably number one, but we've covered that, so I think I'll probably go with reduce. So if we can look at using stronger materials so we can reduce the amount that we have, it's obviously going to be beneficial because you're going to lower your carbon, lower your cost potentially as well. But reduce waste, reduce everything. I think when you taught about sustainability at school, I'm going back a long time ago now, when I was it was the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, and obviously it goes into a lot more of a broader context now, but reduce still remains number one. If we use less, then the world's going to be a better place.
Definitely.
I think from a perspective of a client, it's always influence. So in 2021, we banned fossil fuels in our new build developments. This year, we banned the procurement of them through Section 106s, so now when we buy homes or build homes, there's no gas in there. And we do that because we've got a pipeline that is attracting people to it. So I think when you're in a position where you can influence the supply chain, just dangle that carrot and change their behaviours, I think that's a really good thing, and I'd like to see more clients doing it.
Yeah, just to say that reduction of carbon is not like one man's job, it's the whole supply chain. So obviously reduction and measurement of carbon should be done by everyone, not left it to one person. I mean, everyone can do their calculations, and there is a lot of standards. Well, not even a lot. There is a set of standards out if you're a manufacturer or a builder or working in the design sector to do it now. So your LCA standards for products or LCA standards for buildings. So obviously we can all wait for regulations to come in and then go for a panic and do something, or you can already start acting now. So once regulations come, you are well ahead for the curve. So that's basically like regulation is obviously there and it will come, but I don't think anyone should wait that because it takes a long time. And 2030 is like already way too long to wait to reduce any kind of carbon.
Thank you. And certainly from our point of view, be conscious of the products and the reasons why you're choosing sustainable choices, and look for physical evidence is often your greatest steer. A strategy, an ESG strategy in place, targets being set, and reduction in line with those, physical things which involve either commitment or money committed as well. Things like physical policies, solar panels and roof, as we talked about. These are all good things, but look for those kind of signs rather than just reading the good thing about the 17p trees planted in Madagascar. The other point from our point of view as well is look at the materials, look at what you can reduce in terms of your materials, and we're certainly more than able to help you in going through that on your project process. If you're looking at rationalising, reducing that, we've got lots of helpful documents in that regard as well, if you're looking at it from a balcony point of view. But ultimately, it's about reducing the number of penetrations, and the amount embodied in carbon, and by reducing the amount of material in your balcony. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all the panellists who have joined us today, and thank you to everyone both virtually and in person.
Thank you.
of the day. The presentations happening in the other room are on fire if you want to continue that journey there. This panel is the panel looking at the industry challenges for 2023. I appreciate we could be here till midnight. We're going to try and be done in the same amount of time as two others. In essence, the purpose of today's discussion is really looking at future-proofing efficiency in build. So materials, shortages, inflations, labour, all the challenges which come around that. So fairly broad topic. Again, you can contribute by going on the QR code there and asking your questions, which we'll be coming to as we go through the presentation. Or you can log on to www.sli.do with hashtag 999. And again, big hello to those who are joining us both in person and also those remotely, especially those from the west coast of North America. Good morning to you, and good evening to those in Europe who are slightly ahead of us here. So if we perhaps start off, we'll just go through, Lee, we'll start with you, perhaps introduce yourself as to who you are and your background.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Nick. So I'm the Sales and Commercial Director at Sapphire Balconies. Been with the company a number of years now. We really look after, myself and our team look after everything from early engagement. So sometimes we're involved in schemes at stage 2, typically more stage 3+. And early engagement, so looking at how we can optimise a scheme, rationalise it, but also solve technical challenges, cost challenges. Then into the tender process, really important part, where we work very closely with a main contractor or a developer, and then through the commercial project, through the commercial process, getting into contract. So my big passion, other than being a board director at Sapphire and being responsible for the sales and commercial element, is modern methods of construction, DFMA, and really how the construction sector has flatlined for 20 years when you look at something like manufacturing, which has grown a lot more in that time, and how can we get these ideas out into the market. So that's really where my passion and my desire on this panel comes from.
Thank you, Lee. John.
Hi, and good afternoon. I'm John Slaughter from the Home Builders Federation. I'm the Industry Affairs Director there. And the Home Builders Federation, the HBF, for those that don't know, is the trade body for private sector home builders. We've got a wide-ranging membership, including pretty much all of the major national companies, but also a lot of smaller companies as well. We've got quite a few SME members. So we aim to represent the spectrum of views across the home building sector. I work on a lot of policy issues, many of which are relevant to the discussion this afternoon. And I'm also involved in the work of the Construction Leadership Council.
Thank you very much, and we'll no doubt be touching on some of their work later on as well. Jason.
Hi everyone, basically my name's Jason Margetts. I work for a company, I'm one of the directors of a company called Cubic Nash, which is a start-up consultancy specialising in employers agent and development services. When I say that's until very recently, because pretty much most of my conversations today will be based on Berkeley Homes, where I've richly left as a director earlier in the year. So all the pain through COVID and the material inflation, I'll probably be speaking with my Berkeley hat on. So here you go.
Thank you. Chris.
Okay, afternoon all. Chris Donachie from Henry Riley. So I head up the cost management side of Henry Riley. Henry Riley's a PM and a QS consultancy business. And really the reason for being here and the passion that I've got is one of my main responsibilities is trying to guide our business and also clients through the last sort of 12 months on the inflationary pressures that we've had in the market and what that looks like going forward.
Thank you very much. And I'm Nick Horton. On this panel, I'll be leading on behalf of Resibuild. So I guess we can't look ahead to next year without talking about the cost of living crisis, the budget pressures there are in the marketplace, particularly in the high-rise and multi-occupancy residential developments. So perhaps we start with a question, perhaps drawing on that experience you just talking of there, Jason, about this balance between financial security and buying to budget. Obviously, budgets are under pressure. But what's important? Is it financial security? Is it buying to budget? How do you get that mix right?
I think that's completely dependent on two things really, the stage of the project and the size of the project. So if you're, and I'm probably going to go straight into talking from my Berkeley hat on, if you're a large PLC developer like Berkeley Homes for instance, if you haven't yet started the project or started on site, you could pause, and which has happened in the last year. There is a lot of the bigger developers that are pausing sites to wait and see for material inflation. They have the ability to do that. A smaller developer, on other hand, can't. They'll have finance likely to be land on acquisition finance, and every day that they don't build something, they're losing money. So I think it's entirely dependent on the type of the project and the size of the project. If it's a larger scheme, you might be able to take a bit of a loss up front to continue. You might be able to switch with your affordable housing, for instance, build that first. So I think in answer to the question, really, you need to really be flexible. Have a look at the site. What's the dependency of the site? If you can build out your affordable first and try and fix some of your costs that way, and particularly get cash back in, then, you know. But ultimately, the answer is you have to be flexible, and either or will be most important, depending on the size of your project.
Thank you very much, Jason. Chris.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how do we get to where, you know, in terms of cost certainty and where we are at the moment. I mean, last sort of 12 months, we've obviously seen massive hyperinflation, which has hit a lot of clients on the bottom line. You know, we've seen, you know, cost increase on depending on the sector, you know, increase by sort of 20%. You know, on an industry average, 10% really. So, you know, what we're seeing at the moment, you know, especially material prices and how that's affecting clients and their ability to build out, is looking at, you know, how do you foresee what's coming down the track? And what we are seeing at the moment is material prices are starting to stabilise. They're not as prevalent, and the inflationary pressures aren't there as they were. You know, we're seeing deflationary pressures on site. So, for example, you know, for materials that were in shortage and were causing issues with clients being able to build out, you know, we're starting to see new guys from the market, such as China and the US, where they're actually, you know, they're coming into the market where they weren't previously, but where mainly there was sort of European suppliers. So we are seeing, you know, some decrease in the amount of inflation that's happening on material rates. You know, we're also seeing, you know, a slight cooling of the market at the moment as well. So, you know, as we touched on there, you know, some of the larger developers are stopping or pausing before they start to really push and see what's going to happen in the market. And I think, you know, that's helped materials and suppliers be able to get products onto the market, which is why we're seeing, you know, definitely a slowdown in those inflationary pressures, which is, you know, also a good thing for what we're trying to achieve in the industry at the moment.
John, you're obviously involved in the Construction Leadership Council, which must be looking quite closely at this, but from both your viewpoints, what's your thoughts on this?
I think I'd essentially agree with what's been said, Nick. That I should explain that one of the fora that I'm involved with through the Construction Leadership Council is a work stream on product availability, which has looked at all these issues, and it's actually been one of the best things that the Construction Leadership Council has done in the last 2 years. It's bringing the builders, the contractors, the manufacturers and the suppliers and others together in one forum to talk about these kind of issues. And obviously everyone has to respect commercial confidentiality, but there's been a really good exchange of information, and that has helped people at a high level to manage the situation. And also, from our point of view, what we've tried to do is feed in information from our members about their expectations in terms of future demand that then the manufacturers and suppliers can take on board. So that's a forum that's regularly attracting 40, 50, 60 people onto calls to have that kind of debate, and I think that shows that it's been successful. So there is that kind of dialogue going on at a high level that I think helps everyone to negotiate this. In terms of what we see, we've had in the last year, and certainly inflation has been a big concern for our members. But we have fortunately had a fairly buoyant housing market for most of the last 2 years. And I think that has helped people to manage the cost pressures in practice. But it's absolutely true that what's been said about how developers will look going forward. I mean, if you're facing an uncertainty, then the larger developers can potentially modulate the pace of opening up new development. But when you're partway through developing something, you often have to carry on, and certainly the small developers are as you've said, are very much exposed to that, and that's probably the biggest concern. Small developers are also worried about the fact that individually they often have less bargaining power with the suppliers, so that they're potentially most exposed to the kind of price pressures and things like that.
Very interesting point there. Lee, what about from a manufacturer's point of view?
Yeah, so I was going to answer the question in a very micro way, so right down to selecting for us, our supply chain, for main contractors, developers, selecting specialist subcontractors. So do you go for budget and push all out for getting a good cost for your package, or do you go for financial security? And I've come from a background of being project director in fit out and on a charity project, so I've had limited exposure. But for me, obviously, in that micro view, and it alludes something going back to what Luke started the day out with, is we need to get back to first principles when choosing a subcontractor, and financial security is very important. If someone goes into administration, it's got to be one of the largest costs. That rework, that program delay, the costs of appointing a new specialist has got to be one of the most expensive things to do. And I think we've been in an environment where, thankfully, very little of that has happened. I believe companies or subcontractors going into administration is up by 11% on a couple of years ago, which you have to base on a couple of years ago because last year was COVID. So really, how do you go about doing that? Well, I was speaking to a supply chain manager from a large developer in the UK, and he said from his analysis of credit checks, they're not a great predictor of whether a company is going to go bust or not, looking through hindsight. So I think it is really about this first principle piece, which we talked about in the earlier panels, is really understanding financials and asking those questions. We haven't really seen that due diligence done, other than just recently our first one with a tender. We saw a very detailed one-page Excel spreadsheet to fill in, asking the right questions. So that was really refreshing to us as a company that has got, thankfully, a good balance sheet and a safe pair of hands.
That's a really good point there, and we're seeing it in Construction News and other magazines. The amount of companies in administration each month is very high, isn't it? And some of those quite busy companies as well. We heard recently in our industry, companies unfortunately gone into administration as well recently, but the knock-on effects of that is major as well, isn't it, for the industry? If we could perhaps move on the conversation a little bit to a point you touched on, Jason, about materials. Are they increasing or are they decreasing? Because there's some of the big swing numbers like the LME seem to be moving downwards now, but does that mean material prices are moving downwards?
So, well, we've been watching quite a lot of material prices, you can imagine, over the last few years, particularly even in the middle of COVID. Demand leading times was critical. In terms of up and down, I think as we discussed earlier, I think we, particularly in the last 8 weeks, we've seen some pretty significant decreases, particularly timber. There is still quite a lot of chatter in the market about certain materials still going up. I'm aware glass is still going up. I think steel is up and down like a yo-yo, but that's probably still a bit more connected to wholesale raw material, crude oil, sort of transportation stuff. So I guess the question really, from where we are forecasting moving forward, we definitely expect things to stabilise. We definitely think things will start to decrease more than they have done in the last few weeks. However, to caveat that point really is the whole, we're still we're still feeling the pain really from COVID. China is still struggling to get materials out from when they close certain areas that make this material. The conflict in Russia is obviously having a significant impact on energy, transportation, that sort of stuff. So I don't think it's going to be, we're not going to see dramatic decreases soon, but I think it's definitely stabilising, and we are moving into a more, and hopefully with the budget coming out soon as well, hopefully we'll be a slightly better place.
Yeah, I echo the same comments, Jason. I think we certainly see, whilst we hear of powder coating, again, very micro level, but might be helpful to some. Powder coating is going to increase by 10%. UK transport, unfortunately, we've heard is going to increase again. Labour rates has gone back to what it was back in the year. It sort of went down and back up again. Steel price is definitely very volatile. So that's the bad news. The good news is definitely coming through. So energy, gas reserves are back to starting to stabilise and back to where they should be. The pound to the dollar isn't where it was by any means back in 21, and I think we're going to suffer from the recent decisions for a long time, but thankfully not as low as where it was a couple of months ago. The big one for us is the raw material for us is aluminium. That's certainly gone down. It's unlikely that the LME are going to make a ban on Russian imports. Demand is reducing and production is booming, so real good decrease there we've seen. As to whether it's going to continue, some of the forecasts say it will, others say it won't. Other area obviously is inflation, which you mentioned earlier. So we've been tracking a number of things. So obviously CPI doesn't really relate to construction, so it's very difficult to track it. PPI producers price index is probably nearer to the inflation we've been experiencing, and you've had 14.8% in April, and then up to 17% in July, now down to 15%. So I think that's probably shows what it's our own inflation allowance for future projects. In order to give fixed costs, we have just reduced that down now. So that's certainly positive. I think the other thing is the cost of borrowing is obviously back to levels of the GFC. Thankfully, that doesn't affect us because we don't have those bank loans, but that is going to have an impact on some businesses. So, yeah, I think really the summary is a lot of volatility, and that's going to continue for a while, but certainly some very good things happening. And I think it's really important for us as specialist subcontractors and manufacturers and probably cost consultants to give that good news to developers, main contractors, when a lot may potentially be feeding from the news and sources that are difficult to get a real sense of what the issue is.
We've had a question, this is actually personally addressed to you, Lee, but perhaps I'll come back to Chris to answer as well. But many manufacturers have taken on projects a few years ago which are now delivering. What steps have you felt you've had to take and to deliver on the pricing which was agreed initially?
So what steps have we had to take? So yes, we're in fixed price lump sum contracts. Getting variations for the price increase, we haven't had clauses in there to recuperate those costs. So we did go through a phase earlier in the year where we went back to developers and main contractors and asked for help and said, could you help us out and give them the evidence? It's really important giving them the evidence so we're not profiteering. We've made a real commitment at board level that we won't profiteer from this market. And we got a good response. We got a good number of developers, main contractors paying towards some of those increases. So that's what we've done. We've really then also looked at going forward more around rationalising, optimising, simplifying projects. But really the jobs that we're under, we have to deliver. We can't cut corners. Our product is a part of the structural integrity of the building, and the safety of the residents is really important to us. So we have to maintain product quality. You can't buy a chocolate bar that's 3 times smaller than what you did a year ago. It isn't an option.
The point which John made as well, sort of links on with that, is that whilst going back to clients, what's happening, there's also the fact that a lot of the sales prices were going up as well at the same time. So there is a mix in the marketplace there. Chris, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially a lot of our clients, they're very much focused on a fixed price lump sum. I mean, we haven't really seen fluctuation clauses in building contracts for, I'd say at least 15 years properly. So, I mean, it depends really on the type of client. I mean, some of our clients have been, framework, they've got their own frameworks. They're large enough to have 2 or 3 tier ones, and obviously they've got to look after that framework and that supply chain. So they have assisted with, some of the increased, pricing that's been around. Other elements that we've sort of come across is obviously the management of finance and looking after subcontractors. So it's that whole, vesting of materials and actually securing the orders at early parts of the design to make sure that, the price can be fixed in at that point in time. So, that's something that, a lot of the funders that we work with as well have actually been quite supportive of clients and subcontractors to try and, keep that momentum in the industry going and also ensuring that, everybody stays liquid and they survive. So, we are seeing quite a bit of that as well.
Thank you very much, Chris. I've got a question here about and moving this conversation on really about productivity. Lee, you obviously mentioned that at the start as well, but in many outlying places in particular, solving the labour and productivity issues is a massive issue. Is MMC and off-site a route to doing this? John, would you like to start us off on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the simple answer is yes. But people often ask the question, why hasn't more of it happened? And that's often a lot about being able to articulate or aggregate sufficient demand to really support pulling through the MMC production. Because the sort of upfront capital costs haven't necessarily been competitive with traditional build if you can't get that economy of scale coming through. And that requires, if you're running a factory, operation requires kind of fair proportion of capacity used to achieve that. So that in practice has been a barrier. And so some of the other conversations I get involved in, not just through HBF, but through the Construction Leadership Council, do look at that kind of thing. How can we find ways of aggregating demand? And some of that, I'm not an expert in this area, but some of that I think is through groups of people coming together through framework arrangements to try and standardise and articulate an aggregated demand, and that will then make it a more economic proposition for them. So if you can make that side of things work, then there's no question that it should deliver efficiencies, because there's been touched on, I think, in other parts of today's discussion, you've got a kind of more assured, more consistent form of production. It's made efficient through a factory-based operation. I've been to visit some of these factories in the last year, and they are very impressive. They're controlled by sophisticated modern digital systems. They don't need large numbers of people necessarily to be working in the factory, and you can produce really good quality output. So that side of things is great if you can achieve those kind of real wins on the commercial side as well. And then of course you need potentially less labour on site, and the final quality of build can be better. So absolutely, it's got a lot of potential, but there are still some kind of hurdles to be dealt with.
Yeah, definitely. There's some of the points you talk about there about kind of being able to forecast ahead in terms of manufacture. This is a big problem to manufacturers. One of the challenges we faced early on, wasn't it, Lee, of actually, and that's one of the reasons why we moved to multiple different factories manufacturing to different expertise, rather than having the one factory which we initially had for balconies, as part of actually being able to upscale and downscale according to the specialities per project and that more foreseeable one, rather than waiting for the perfect solutions which are kind of endlessly promised to never come through. Any points on this from a Berkeley point of view, Jason?
Well, interestingly, Berkeley's obviously been building for a number of years now an MMC facility, which is full volumetric. I think the interesting part from MMC and specifically volumetric is, as you touched on earlier, is the cost. If we're talking where we are in today's world right now, all the materials are still the same. If they're assembled in a factory environment or whether they're assembled on site, apart from the bricks, really, pretty much everything else is still the same. So you're still going to be exposed to the same level of inflation as you would do if you was on site. I think the real big win, really, from an MMC point of view, is the labour point of view. The struggle with it, and this is where Berkeley, I think, is actually, leading the charge a little bit, and there's a couple of other developers that are also going down this route. But the issue with MMC at the moment, and excluding Berkeley and a couple of others, is most of the UK-based MMC companies are still assembling all of that kit with labour. So in terms of your labour costs, and you alluded to it earlier, that historically it hasn't been cost effective, or it was cheaper to build it on site with components rather than assembled units. That's obviously changing, but I think there needs to be a lot more investment in the technology side. Berkeley's a good example with, they're using robotics for welding, this sort of element. If you can take some of the labour out, you will reduce the cost, and ultimately you should improve some of the quality, particularly on stuff like welds and all the rest of it. So I think there's a long way to go, and there's still a lot of investment needed, necessary in the UK specifically, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. And the flip side, or the other benefit really, is you don't need as many skilled individuals. So a lot of the MMC facilities have multi-skilled and multi-trade, rather than a plumber, a electrician, and so on. So you can benefit from that side of things. So.
This is also partly the role of innovation in the world of MMC, isn't it? Really, of actually being able to produce things with, even if it was 100% manually assembled, if you can cut out 3/4 of that by clever product detailing and so on, that's a key part which MMC can play, isn't it? In that.
And I think the big challenge at the moment is the enormous amount of initial upfront capex investment. I think, and you need the kind of bigger companies and the funds, whatever, with bigger capex reserves, really, to be able to invest in that R&D piece. Because your average developer wouldn't be spending R&D money when you could spend it on another project or another land acquisition, right? So it's interesting, who's going to be the market leaders in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I was just going to make a point on that, where I think, looking back, I've been at Sapphire for 3 years, so this goes back much goes back to 7 years ago, 8 years ago now, where we innovated with the glide-on balcony. I think that is a great case study of productivity improvements, and that being, rather than just taking a trade on-site, off-site, it was very much a innovation. What I mean by that, you had cast-in anchors into the slab by one company, a balcony by another, and then installers, probably a subcontract package from that main balcony manufacturer. And then, so when we started off doing steel balconies 8 years ago, we were installing 6 to 8 balconies a day. Now that's increased to, we hit 62, as you said earlier in the day, 62 in a day. So that's a 10 times increase over 7 years. It's 10x increase over 7 years with the same resource. So it's much more than just taking what's on site, off site. It's stitching in product innovation. It's collaboration with developers. And we've seen a real appetite for this from main contractors and developers to bring together, as you mentioned, John, so specialist subcontractors together. We've had Techcrete today, so Techcrete, Sapphire, it could be lightweight gauge steel frame, it could be other interfaces, bring them all into one room and going, what are the problems, what are the expensive solutions we're having to do on site, and how can we innovate against those? And it might be small things, but always small things on a high-rise residential is multiplied out so many times. There's huge gains that add up to millions of pounds. And I think it's those small things that can add up to productivity increases that we need to see.
Sure. And echoing your comments there, but also moving on a little bit as well. There's Baltimore Tower, as you can actually see out this window here. There's 52 40-story twisted tower. That was one where we were involved with one of our accredited installers, which were installing, and the people which just started off the job quite different to the people which finished it. And the reason being is, quite frankly, the number of people which want to work at height on a building, 40 stories up, and that was even within a shroud. If you're working on a leading edge at 30th floor, I know I'd much rather work in a factory than in that kind of environment. But it increases the pool, doesn't it? It's much more attractive for getting people into a factory. Plus, if you can't travel, you can be quite limited with the ability to actually work on sites as well. So there's a greater pool to call from, isn't there?
Yeah. Just to add to that, I think the other thing we're offering now is what we call our ROS study, and that's rationalisation, optimisation, simplification study on a project, no obligation. But it's incredible where a building is being designed, often to get it through planning, what you can offer at that stage, where for us, our biggest cost is in design, so design resource, and then in the factory. So if you have a large number of types of balconies and a large number of interfaces or different interfaces, that can add up the cost very quickly by rationalisation, simplifying a project. I think we've saved over 9.4 million across 24 projects, or put forward those savings. Not all of those could be achieved, obviously. We're not trying to promote bland buildings. We want architects to have design flair. We've created a lot more patterns now for vertical bar. There's a lot of pattern bar options. But the key thing is, can we get it down to a reasonable number, saves design meetings, saves the number of drawings, and it saves us a lot of cost, and that can be passed back to the developer to make their project viable.
So we've had a question that's touched on planning in that discussion there. We have seen much on the gateways, regulations and so on to implement, but when will we get a sensible approach to planning? John, maybe this is...
Oh gosh, how long have we got?
Could you define sensible planning?
Well, I think what the industry would say is a kind of an approach that works and actually delivers sites in a reasonable timescale. It's an interesting question to ask just at the moment, because obviously we've been through a period of political uncertainty, and we have had yet another change of Secretary of State. We're back to Michael Gove in the Department for Levelling Up, which is responsible for planning matters. So I think actually it's quite difficult to know at the moment exactly what's going to happen next. I'll come back to this in a second, but just to kind of say what the industry feels at the moment. I mean, there's certainly issues about how planning policy is structured and the content of that, but the sort of number one concern for many of our members is simply the lack of resource and the efficiency of the planning service, and the fact that it takes so long to process an application, and then when you've got the initial consent, discharging conditions and issues like that are a real problem, and so it's taking far longer than it should do to bring projects through the system so that you can actually start building. So I think many people would start with saying that's what we need to address, and we certainly as HBF, that's always one of our asks of government. In terms of policy then, we've got the Levelling Up bill that is still trundling through Parliament, and Michael Gove was kind of overseeing that when it started its life. So I think we can probably expect some continuity there. But where we go in terms of housing numbers and critical elements of the system in terms of how for those of you that follow this, the standard methodology for assessing local housing demand, which is really critical in terms of how the system works. I think there's a degree of uncertainty about where the government is headed on that. I think the point we'd make as HBF is that it's really critical to have an effective standard methodology. So that's another one of the things that we're arguing very strongly for. And I don't know whether some of you may have seen this, but we certainly we made a submission to the Office of Budget Responsibility fairly recently, saying that if there wasn't a proper system for assessing housing requirements across the country, potential reduction in housing supply would have a massive impact on the economy, potentially a kind of a 17 billion pounds annual impact in terms of national output. So it's a big industry. It really matters to get the planning system right. At the moment, we've still got the old system. Michael Gove has effectively recommitted to the 300,000 target a year, but the uncertainty lies about what details might change in the way that the system works. And unfortunately, I can't really answer that question today.
The other part of the question, obviously, about the new regulations and gateways and standards and so on, we're obviously seeing quite a lot of fire-related changes. We're seeing quite a lot from point of Part F, Part L, Part O, Part S, Part Z, if and when. But all of that costs money. Next question here was who and how can developers ensure that price doesn't override everything during next year? Jason.
I think from a who point of view, I think a lot of developers, particularly the larger developers, will be it's not purely price in every, because if you're building a bigger scheme or if you're regenerating, there's a bigger picture there. You're not going to get planning on the next element if you go and butcher the first half, right? So there's a definite piece that obviously price is absolutely fundamental, because that's the point where a scheme becomes viable or not viable. But I think a lot of the larger developers wouldn't necessarily compromise, certainly on quality or safety side of things. I think the risk is probably the burden of cost it could potentially make it easier or to get blinkered a little bit and focus for the smaller developers who, if you know you're going to save a little bit of money by compromising somewhere down the line, you will. And at the moment, with all the regulatory changes, it's probably more likely to be safety. As brutal as it is, not that I don't imagine anybody would go down that route willingly, but in terms of opportunity, that they will be looking at the bottom line and will be looking at numbers. So I think the quality side of things, I think with the number of regulatory changes and the golden thread piece, I think it's going to be harder and harder to deviate. And obviously, as safety has been key in the last 20 plus years now, it's almost become the norm. So there's still things that we've seen on smaller sites, coming from a Berkeley point of view, where it's belt and braces, and then you go to a smaller site and you'll see a brickie turn up with bandstands without any handrail. That is happening around the world, around the country. So that is where you'll see, or where they'll get focused on cost. How do you change that? I think that comes back to education. And the education of smaller developers or smaller builders, or it's probably not even developer point of view, it's further down the supply chain. If you're a tier 3, whatever, if you're a less, like further down the supply chain builder, for instance, or brickies. So I think it's going to be a real tricky one, really, in answer to that question. Who's going to be leading the charge? I think it has to be from institutions, it has to be from regulatory changes. That's the only way you're going to improve things. But to pick up on John's point earlier with the planning piece, it's a bit of a debacle at the moment. If you're a small developer trying to put a plan application in at the moment, it's almost a lottery whether A, you're going to put something in that's going to achieve planning, and B, whether or not you can actually determine in a period before you've lost an option agreement or lost the site. Right, because I'm aware of developers that have got conditions in that are not possible to do a deemed discharge, for instance, archaeology or whatever, that have been in for nearly a year on a condition. And what can you do? There's a site that's completely locked, right? So, so in answer to long-winded way of answering the question, I think we need to improve regulatory change, but it needs to be in such a way that it doesn't add additional burden, additional cost. Because that's what happens all the time. Nobody ever brings out a bit of regulation that makes it cheaper for everybody, do they? So it comes down to efficiency, and it's a complicated one.
Chris, what about the how? How do developers
Regulatory changes are coming in. We're all aware of it, and a lot of developers are aware of the cost pressures that's going to bring. Part L, we actually don't know what that definitively looks like, but we do know there's going to be a cost uplift between sort of 3 to 4% on the bottom line. We are starting to see that, and I think it's down to the procurement of buildings and really looking at that, because the days of especially in the current market, a single stage tender, it's not really working, and the appetite isn't there among a lot of the sort of tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 contractors. So I think it's about bringing on the specialists at early days, that collaboration with the design team, understanding the risks around what those regulations might be, and trying to bring on design partners that have got experience, that are up to date in terms of what's actually going to happen in terms of what those sort of what are the innovative solutions to try and overcome those regulations and implement them in design. That's probably one of the key elements, and it's really understanding those risks at the start to try and bring some cost efficiencies in. And as that market develops, we've all been through sort of Part L building regs changes, and new companies have come to the market that have provided those solutions, and that inevitably will happen. I think at the moment it's very much it's a process that we, especially at the start of any design or construction project, we have to go on that journey with every developer to try and solve those solutions and come up with the answers.
Lee. Yeah, so my main point is going back to really a point I picked up from a non-exec on our board recently, which we were discussing scenario planning, what might happen in 23, what's the worst case. And you start to go down that line of thinking and creating a plan for that. And he said, just be careful. He said, don't talk yourself into a recession. And I think that's really important for the industry. As a construction industry, let's not get into that mindset, talk ourselves into a recession until, yes, absolutely, we need to protect ourselves against risks and plan against risks. But we need to make sure we're acting on data rather than just bad news, which could have come from an incorrect source. So the source of information is really critical. We're on a webinar with an economist the other day, and he was saying, absolutely, there's going to be volatility. There's going to be all the geopolitical situations, the grinding war in Ukraine, the geopolitical piece in China could create a very broad range of outcomes for 23. And there's likely to be GDP growth is going to be reduced in the major economies. There's going to be some recessions. But have we reached peak gloom? We've talked about some good things coming about. There's definitely a measure of resilience. Ourselves, through new technology, automation, innovation, we've been able to respond to these higher costs and make headwinds. And I see that in the industry. There's a real sense of battling through it and actually some good things coming out of it, a silver lining. And therefore, I think, we just don't need to talk ourselves into that and really get back to what the facts are and really, as ourselves, provide the data as it comes on a regular basis.
Very good point there, Lee. Perhaps talk about collaboration, and we touched on it earlier in terms of when. But I had a question here: should collaboration be happening early and locking down the design early, or is it best to leave it open for allowing for competitive tension? Who wants to take that one first?
So I think there's two parts to that, or two ways to answer that. The first one, absolutely. So some of the most successful projects I've ever worked on are the ones where we engage with the key suppliers early doors, and that's not just consultants or design. That is bringing a specialist, specialist contractor, manufacturer, whatever, right forward to the early, even before ahead of procurement, if anything. But bring them and get them involved in the design early doors. I think that's one way that we've seen significant savings, particularly on externals, cladding, that sort of side of things, when the initial outfall of the Grenfell disaster. So there was definitely big wins in doing that. I think moving forward, absolutely. I think engaging with the supply chain and looking for innovation and technology, 100%, there needs to be brought forward and brought to the consultants and the architects as early as you possibly can. The flip side of it though, and comes down to the procurement piece that we were talking earlier, is you do need to be flexible. You do need to be prepared for every eventuality. And that could be, you know, even if you're looking at something as detailed as your lead time for a product, we're seeing lead times that we used to have 10 weeks, could be 20 weeks, could be 30 weeks. It was, you know, it was terrible in the last couple of years. So you've got to be flexible and be able to switch. If you've got if you're doing the VE process correctly and you've got a list of alternative manufacturers or products that you can change or move at a fast pace through procurement, absolutely, but obviously it is difficult and it could ultimately add time delays. So, but I think for me personally, being as flexible as you possibly can do in the current market is the key.
So perhaps turning the question on its head a little bit for Chris, if that's okay. If you've got the flexibility there and it's not all locked down as the question implied, why wouldn't you want to engage early?
Why wouldn't you want to engage early? I think you'd always want to engage early. That's you know my general view. You know, collaboration is key. I know we talked about competitive tension, but the problem is I always find sometimes competitive tension maybe comes too late in the process, and you know you'll be at a tender process and you get a couple of tender returns and there'll be VE in there, but actually when you investigate that further, you can't take that VE forward because you're too far on. You know, stage 3, stage 4 in the design, and you've not got that opportunity. Whereas I think, you know, as Jason mentioned today, bringing it in early doors and actually, you know, getting those subcontractors in place. I mean, you know, when we've done it in the past, you know, the risk register has been a key point in that in terms of, you know, giving you that flexibility. So understanding where the risks are. So if you have nominated a certain supplier and you've got that early engagement and the design team and the architects have designed to that element, it's actually understanding, you know, what the risks are around that, and obviously then understanding, you know, can it be changed, and if it can, how do we do that through the programme, and it's building that into the programmes that we work with the clients as well.
So we've had an interesting comment made as well, which is we're going to put to everyone here, but perhaps if you start off with this one, Lee, is not everyone in the supply chain actually adds value. If you engage them early, what's the criteria you should put in place to engage people early?
It's a good question because, yeah, you go back to the Mark Farmer report and where he looks over this 20-year period and construction's flatlining productivity versus other manufacturing, say other sectors like manufacturing. I had in my previous year's experience, I had the opportunity to have a real good insight view of Nissan and their supply chain and automotive industry, and how very much they're very integrated. So they'll take a supplier on and they'll be in their business, they'll see their accounts, and it's very, very open book. So very different, and I think to ultimately get the leaps and bounds in innovation, I think we need to get to that sort of place. Now, I haven't seen a framework, a legal document, a concept that makes that work yet. We've certainly tried to make it happen ourselves and got so far. We've actually been successful in a number of light frameworks, which is definitely good, and moving in the right direction. And this collaboration piece, which is a good move in the right direction. Obviously, that piece of trust is going to take a little while to really come through. So I haven't got the answer to that bigger piece in real huge step change in collaboration, early engagement, in all procurement. But I think definitely it's got to be based on adding value. So a huge program saving, a technical saving, and then, as you say earlier, the things like program has to be, or the supply has to be investigated. So are you going to come true on your promises when you need to deliver in 12 months, when you come to that tender stage, or you're in contract, or you're going to deliver on time? And it's really understanding the evidence of that. So definitely one, have they do they deliver? Do they say what they do? They say they will. Financial stability, as we touched on earlier, and I think really also a willingness to do things on no obligation as well for a period. I think that really shows someone where we worked with clients. They've asked us to, one particular scheme I'm thinking of, they asked us 2 years ago to come into the room and said potentially there's this carrot in 2-3 years time. You're going to spend a lot of design meetings here. Are you prepared to do it? And us along with others have said, yeah, we'll do it. We'll put in that time. And actually what's come out of that is not only we awarded that project through competitive tension, but we created innovation ourselves. The main contractor we worked with is going to use that innovation themselves as well to benefit. So I think there's only good things that can come out of it if those 3 criteria are met.
So if we try and perhaps broaden that to 5 kind of key takeaways for people in the audience here, as a panel, that's okay. We've got financial security, and the company being there is quite fundamentally important, isn't it? And you've touched on a couple of other points, but Jason, what do you think of the kind of the other elements of that 5 pieces?
I actually scribbled down some notes when we was all speaking earlier, but I think the key points for me, the sort of takeaways, and we talked about being very efficient and flexible. I think they're the sort of the 2 key things for me is we need to be efficient, we need to be flexible, we need to be able to adapt, and ultimately we need to buy it right, and we need to be collaborative. So I think there's that whole collaborative piece, you know.
So perhaps picking out some of those points, and we've got financial security, we've got the point on being able to take a different approach from the norm. If you're doing the same things as which have always been done, it's unlikely to add value. What was the other point you made, sorry?
I'd say more with the efficiency piece, we have got to be efficient, and we've got to be flexible.
Yeah, and then perhaps a preparedness to understand that there is commercial pressures in reality. It's not about just being in there early for the sake of winning an order from a manufacturer's benefit. What do you think, Chris?
I think early engagement as well. Yeah, that's key.
Yeah, so preparedness to work open. Anything else, Nick?
No, I was just going to really expand on what you said, Jason, about agility. I think it's everything that, for us, that's the number one strategy right now, is being agile. There's that quote that's used a lot at the moment that you can't overtake 15 cars in sunny weather, but you can when it's raining. And I think it's we can. There's a silver lining to this current period, and I think you've got to remain agile. You've got to be ready to make drastic change, and we've had to make fundamental big changes from quarter to quarter this year, and I think we're going to have to continue to do that.
Yeah. So perhaps the 5th one is a kind of a mutual understanding of what the pressures are and the project needs on that. Be quite clear at the start.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on the conversation then a little bit to due diligence. What is due diligence in procurement now, Chris?
So due diligence procurement. So in terms of, are you referring to credit checks and those sort of things? Yeah. I mean, I think you know when working with any contractor or subcontractor is understanding their liquidity and where they are financially. I mean, but I suppose the next big thing is understanding their labour force as well and their availability of labour within the market. We've got many sites where there's definitely been an issue in the last 12 months where labour hasn't been what it needs to be, and I think it's understanding, especially down the supply chain as well, what labour is available, and also their availability of actually procuring the materials. I think that's key when looking at any main contractor at the moment is understanding that. So
that's interesting. We've just had a question come in relating to the last part we were talking about. I'm just going to go back to that for a second, if that's all right. One of the barriers, I'm assuming this is coming from the manufacturing side of things, one of the barriers to innovation is sharing ideas to create a solution only for them to be taken out under the remit of competitive costing. Jason, any thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, it goes back to that MMC conversation earlier, is that we have got the knowledge, we have got the skill set. You've got to take that next leap to innovation. If you are the business that is innovating through, you know, Barclays is a good example of this with the automated volumetric factory. You don't really want to share, you know, you want to kind of guide you've got your sort of industrial knowledge and industrial intelligence piece. You kind of, to an extent, you do need to protect it. But the flip side, as you have said, absolutely, that question alludes to, is that you can't innovate without sharing knowledge. I think the answer to the question is I probably don't know. How would you do it in a competitive market? It's very, very difficult unless you've got, you know, construction. We don't really have Google and Apple and, you know, although they've been threatening to enter the market for a while. But, you know, we don't have those kind of companies that are prepared to just throw loads of cash at it and see what happens, and the Elon Musks and all the rest of it. You know, we don't have that. And with, you know, particularly if you're a contractor, not so much a developer now, but from a contractor's point of view, you're dealing with such tight margins. You don't have the capital to throw to R&D, and if you do, you certainly don't want to share that knowledge, right? So it does make it very difficult for us to innovate as an industry. But the only way to get better is to innovate. So yeah, I don't have the answer. If you find out, let me know.
Yeah. I was just thinking, actually, a comment which Lee made about trust, ultimately, but that having that trust on the basis that you realise that there has to be an element of actually designing out, locking costs out of the project at an early stage, and that's all part of building that trust, isn't it? Because if a developer believes that the solutions aren't actually in their interest financially, it's probably going to encourage competitive pricing later on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next question was, how important is managing lead times going to be in 2023? John, I'm not sure if you got your crystal ball out yet, but
managing lead times. Well, I think it's going to be important. I mean, I'm not quite sure in what sense you mean it. I can't really talk specifically in the kind of contractual sense that the discussion has just been on, but clearly. With the sort of circumstances as they are at the moment, then people are going to be looking quite carefully at how the market evolves and the wider factors that we've talked about. So yeah, I think managing lead times will be important. As was said earlier, I mean, if you're a large player, then I think you can modulate activity to attune to market circumstances, whatever they may be. It's more difficult for smaller players. And of course there will be things around the planning system, as we've discussed, that are kind of natural factors, if you like, that are going to affect timescales and lead-ins. I think going back to the discussion about material prices and availability, I agree with the comments that were made earlier that the situation has cooled down a bit and moderated somewhat, and that has been a concern for everybody over the last year or 18 months, that lead times for product supply in some cases were becoming quite stretched, very stretched if you're a small player. So I think those pressures are probably reducing, and that's a good thing for everyone, but in terms of how the market evolves, I think people are very much in a kind of wait and see mode at the moment.
I think there's a related question in relation to this as well, is are we moving from supply chain issues causing lead time delays to quickly finding replacements if companies have gone bust? What's your thoughts on that one, Jason?
Oh, I guess, you know, like you say, the two are quite interconnected. I think a lot of developers, or most developers, even small builders that are building a single extension for Mrs. Smith, for instance, everybody has become a specialist at managing lead times, you know, across the board over the last 12 months, because if you didn't, you haven't been building anything. So I think a lot of, I think everybody is watching lead times in absolute finite detail. The flip side of that probably goes quite closely to what I mentioned earlier about with your process and your procurement process and the VE side. If a contractor did go pop through the process, obviously that's can have a devastating effect on program. However, if you have got good relationships, got a call-off type contract, or you've got a framework involved where you can step down to the next tier contractor or the next contractor in line in the procurement process that could step in, you will obviously have a demob and remobilisation issue in between, so there is going to be some time lag. But if you then have various material backup options, again, as long as it's not a facade element or something that's going to affect planning, then by all means you can manage it, but it will have an effect on your program. How long that effect is going to be depends on the size of the project and the relationship with the supply chain, really. So, but I do think a lot of contractors, builders, developers, consultants have absolutely become specialists in managing lead times, or at least being aware of them, understanding them, and planning. Forward planning of lead time and procurement times, because a lot of projects wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Seems like from the audience's point of view, the previous point we were talking about just before that about innovation, sharing innovation, seems to be a quite topical one. Had a question is, how do I as a main contractor stop project QSs procuring outside of the supply chain? Anyone got an answer for that?
Is that project QSs that work for main contractors or project QSs?
It says main contractors, yeah.
So how do you stop them? It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I suppose, yeah, how do you stop them? I suppose it's the company policies that are in place in terms of, everybody's been vetted. Most tier one contractors have got a supply chain that's been fully vetted. It should be company policy. I suppose if you go outside of that, there is a large risk there that you end up with a subcontractor that can't deliver what you sold the client. So, I think it's very much contractors need to be robust going forward and making sure that those policies are in place to make sure that those potential issues are avoided. But I mean, there may be a new subcontractor that's come into play as well. So I think you shouldn't block that out fully. But again, we talked about flexibility. There needs to be that ability to be able to introduce a new subcontractor quickly with the checks. If they've got better lead times, actually understanding what's there and how that can come across.
It reminds me of a comment I heard a few years ago at a webinar, which was about if the rate of change inside a company and its supply chain isn't keeping up with the pace outside in the industry, you get becoming extinct. And that's quite a relevant point, isn't it? Is that the reality is that people will have a ever-developing supply chain. Our supply chain now is very different to what it was when we did balustrades only and not balconies back sort of 15 years ago, and rightly so. But the fact is that the supply chain partners need to be delivering the needs for the actual customer themselves. Lee, what's your thoughts on this particular point?
Yeah, I think again, like prices, it has stabilised. It certainly has for us. We haven't got any issues right now. Nothing that's hit any crisis situation, and we don't foresee any right now. But I think the biggest risk from a geopolitical standpoint is there's definitely a tougher policy on China, and that will create decoupling. And what's the what-if scenario? So if there was pressure, so much of our materials come from the Far East, and obviously then the Russian situation as well. So it's coming back to that agility point. Is going, have you got the second option? Have you got the third option? Yeah. And I think it's a very difficult question to answer for developers who are basing their build, their program, their strategy on one or two companies and their own supply chains behind that. So it's much easier for us to potentially do that than developers and main contractors. But I think it's a question that needs to be answered.
Yeah. And it's a key point about where products actually come from, because you may be buying from a UK company. Metals is a great example of that. Most metal companies here are not stockholders, other than a few of the extruders. The reality is that if you're buying from a UK one or you're buying from their source or their source, there's a multitude of different people globally affected by this, isn't there?
Yes.
I think we've got time for just perhaps one last question, which is moving on to labour. Who's responsible for upskilling labour? Go on, start us off on this one.
Okay. Well, I think the simple answer is the employer. I think it's fair to say, I mean, we as a trade body, we do a lot of work on skills, working with the industry, and I think having been at HBF for some years, it's certainly a more positive environment. We talked a lot about collaboration this afternoon. There is a willingness to collaborate amongst certainly the larger developers, but some of the smaller companies as well in tackling skills issues. But probably the biggest challenge that we face collectively is the fragmented nature of the industry. And of course, I guess most of the people in the room will know that we're looking at home building collectively. I mean, the data that I have is that if you look at the site workforce, then up to 80% of the site workforce is indirectly employed. So this is another issue that comes back ultimately to how can you work with the supply chain and the subcontract supply chain to improve skills. So I think that's where there is still quite a lot of work to do to find the right incentives and mechanisms to make that happen, because I think, in reality, the competitive pressures in the market often militate against the level of investment in skills that should take place. And when I say employers, I mean, it's obviously the subcontractors who should be investing as well as the main developers. But I think there probably isn't enough happening at present, and I'm personally very keen to try and find mechanisms that would enable more to happen, whereby the main developer or the main contractor can work with the supply chain for mutual investment in skills. That's probably the holy grail in terms of what we need to be doing. So I think it's essentially an employer responsibility, but the structural issues in the construction sector are a challenge as to how we do that.
I think, personally speaking, I'd say I'm not sure it is just an employer's responsibility. It should be taken up as a responsibility by the employer, but each one of us in the industry should be improving our knowledge, and days like today are for that very point. And I know the point was made on the very first panel about fire. Arnold, I think you made this point about about competency, and it's building that continuous understanding and skill set, and in an ever-changing marketplace. The title of today's event is Navigating the Fast-Changing Landscape. If we're not each individually building our knowledge and building it as companies, it's so essential, isn't it, Lee, in that kind of skill set? And I know you as a company, Sapphire, massively believe in that as one of our 5 key values, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think I agree with both of you, and where we've put training in place and where we've given especially younger team measures opportunity. As we explained recently, I think one of the key themes of feedback we had recently at our last event, our 30th year anniversary, from clients and consultants that visited that, was the development of our staff. And we've got 22-year-olds managing 5 projects worth multi-million pounds across that portfolio, doing a great job. And I've heard of people today calling out younger team members, and it's great to see when you do give that trust and you give that training, how they rise to it. I think also the competency piece that's coming out right now is a good thing. I think our sense of purpose to come to work is to be the best. That helps us get up in the morning. We want to be the best. We try and improve. And therefore, if construction is elevated and the roles within construction are elevated, and there are more benchmarks, you can benchmark yourself across the industry. We very much have benchmarks for the safety and the critical components of our products. So across all 9 factories, every individual operative has been trained through a digital platform. We have the same for architects. They go through a CPD program. But say those in pre-construction, we talk about our pre-construction team and my team, the sales and commercial team. Yes, we do training, but do we actually do enough training, and what level should that be? And there's probably a lot of disparity there. So I think in adding that level of qualification or benchmarking across those critical elements of both on our side, the pre-construction teams, and then those we're speaking to, the QSs, the technical managers, the architects, really leveling up with those is going to improve the industry.
And back to the point John made about employers and their responsibility in that, I'm very thankful personally in Sapphire supported me through my qualification back in, my main qualification back in 2010 to 2012, but reality is you learn a lot every year. You should be learning a lot every year, but the topics are very different. You know, things like carbon are very much the current thing which we're doing a lot in, and no doubt many people have changed what they were looking at from a carbon point of view to 2-3 years ago to where it is now. So it's a continuous ever-changing game, isn't it? But I think we've really come to the end of our time. We've still got lots of questions unanswered. Again, we'll put them to the panel and we'll make them available afterwards to every attendee. But if we could perhaps start off with you, Chris, giving us a bit of a summary and a key takeaway for the audience today.
I think, you know, construction costs at the moment aren't all doom and gloom. I think there's, you know, we've definitely got some positiveness to look at, you know, going forward. Yeah, I think flexibility, collaboration, you know, we all need to work together to sort of try and push forward over this next 12 months, which, you know, undoubtedly are, you know, they are going to be difficult. But, you know, I think, you know, as an industry, we've sort of worked our way, manoeuvred our way through COVID and what came of that. You know, I think we'll do the same this time around as well.
Jason.
Yeah, I'd pretty much reiterate Chris's point there. Really, I think it's been extremely challenging over the last couple of years. I think we've learnt a lot as an industry and as individuals, and I think what we need to take forward, particularly from the conversation today, but obviously what we've learnt over the last couple of years, is we do need to be able to adapt to the situation. We do need to be flexible. We do need to look at other alternatives, and the key point really is the collaborative piece. You know, in a lot of the time, particularly on a larger development or regeneration development, the more intelligence that you can gather through local community and working with local contractors and vice versa, you will become stronger and ultimately overcome some of them hurdles.
John.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot today about how collaboration, the right dialogue, the right shared incentives is important to make progress in terms of productivity, quality, product innovation, skills. It's a similar point in all those areas. So for me, I think the question is, you know, how do we create a climate that will really support that as much as possible? Because I work in the world of public policy very often, I think the other theme that's come through underlying quite a few of these points is about how the policy and regulatory environment that the government sets actually affects what the industry does do and how it can work. So I'm certainly interested in how we can improve the policy and regulatory environment to support the right kind of collaboration and innovation. And I think that means that industry should be more involved in how these things are decided.
Lee.
Yeah, I would echo that last comment. I just think that's so important. That policy of planning. On all of us know there's a huge shortage of homes, and that's in any way we can support that. I think that's got to be number one. So supporting and really developing in any way we can, campaigning for stability, number one, but also progression and improvement in planning. So it unlocks sites so we can then have the volume to then improve and innovate with. I think definitely things are getting better, so the news is overall good news, although we've got to be prepared for the risks. So let's feed that back to developers so they can make accurate cost plans and viability studies. Collaboration absolutely is very, very important. Events like this, where just two people can speak and come up with an idea and push it forward, have further meetings, campaign to government, have access to another person that generates, say, innovation or an idea is excellent. And I think we need to expose ourselves to more of those, not just these, but any other type of environment. I think it's really important. And I think as well also the earlier discussions around competency improving and being a part of that agenda so it does go in the right direction is really important, because it not only will affect price, but it will affect and potentially unlock this skill shortage we have right now.
Really interesting points there, Lee. And I think my summary on it really was, firstly, be careful who you're choosing from a good opportunities point of view as well. Make that selection in the early collaboration, which John touched on. Certainly from a financial point of view, people are perhaps under more pressure than they ever have been from a manufacturer point of view in particular. And also looking ahead, the outlook isn't all doom and gloom. As you say, there's lots of positives which will hopefully unfold during 2023. And the third point really is keeping up with what's happening in the marketplace. And certainly, bit of a plug for Resibuild, but really we can support you as Sapphire on your balcony journey and keeping up to date on regulations and so on. We're here as Resibuild support, but that will continue throughout next year. I know there's an event, a physical event we're bringing in conjunction with the ICM at Lingfield Racecourse in May. It's a 3-day conference there. Definitely highly recommended. You're welcome to book onto it. There's a QR code at the back on some of these banners here for booking a next event, but there's lots of other learning platforms in this book here today as well. But thank you very much, panellists, and thank you to all the audience, both in person and all those watching from overseas and throughout the UK. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, thank you for joining us, everyone. This concludes today's event, and we very much appreciate everyone who's joined. Thank you.